We're just finalizing a few things, and we will be off soon into our next panel. So bear with us as we finalize a few things, and we'll be soon calling our panelists to come up here, and then we'll get into our panel. Hope you're enjoying Cape Town. Day one went very well. Here's hoping we keep the momentum and get the discussions going. Thank you.
High-level panel video from the Africa Investment Program, just to refresh our minds in terms of where this Au-Aip is coming from. And then we'll go through the agenda for today, and then we get started. Martin, next. High-level panel video. All right, thank you, Martin. Thank you for that. Just a reminder in terms of the key messages from the high-level panel. As the ministers are now getting settled on the stage, Martin, if you can just flag the agenda for today, while we invite the honorable ministers who are on the program to kindly come to the stage. Okay, why are we here? We are here for many different reasons. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, chair of the G20 yesterday, said, of course, it's not just tourism to the beautiful city of Cape Town. That's a good reason as well. But I think we have mutual objectives in terms of why we are here. Multi-billion-dollar investment pledges, a declaration yesterday, tick, tick, tick. It's in progress with improvements that need to be brought in. Inauguration of the Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. Wow, Presidential Legacy Initiative. It's never happened. This summit has made history and we're very excited about that. I hope there's been partnerships in the discussions, matchmaking partnerships, and would like to hear more about that. Changemaker Awards, impressive. It was really impressive. Thanks to the jury chair, all the way from South Korea, Jay, who presented those awards. So with that, there's a very big question in the room. Everyone is asking, did anybody sign a deal? Is something in the works? So hopefully, before we answer that question, we can hear from the ministers, what did they hear yesterday from the investors? And also, not only from the investors, but also from their own delegations, because we understand there was also pitching by the delegations to their own ministers. So I was like, oh, okay. The delegations are pitching to their own ministers because sometimes the ministers have a big portfolio, so they are not aware of the details of these projects, which is a good thing. Let me hand over to the moderator, Daniel, to lead us. Thank you very much.
Very good morning, everybody, and welcome again to day 2 of our conference here. Maybe just to wake up, a round of applause for Alex, what he was saying. Could we give him a round of applause, please? So we're now going into a ministerial roundtable, and it is titled Reflections on Investors' Asks. I'm Daniel Makokera, and I am your moderator for this panel discussion. Let me introduce our panelists first, and then we'll get to the business of the day. We have His Excellency Dr. Sheikh Tidiane Dièye, the Senegal Minister of Water and Sanitation, and he's also the President of African Ministers' Council on Water, in short, AMCA. And then we have His Excellency Abdallah Ahmed Balala, Assistant Minister, Foreign Affairs for Energy and Sustainability in the UAE. And we have Honorable Abida Sadiq Mia, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Malawi. His Excellency Laurent Chagba, Minister of Water and Forests, Côte d'Ivoire. And His Excellency Dr. Engineer Abtamu Itefa, Minister of Water and Energy of the Federal Republic, Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. And last but not least is Honorable Dr. Anxious Jongwe Masuka, Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, and Water and Rural Development. So as I said, we are talking about reflections on investors' asks, but ministers, welcome to the session. And maybe I should start with Dr. Dièye of Senegal, and just start with a question on what is the most exciting project you're working on right now? And as you start, you can introduce yourself also and then answer the question. Let's talk about what is the most exciting project you are preparing right now in Senegal. I also just want to say we'll ask questions, but we'll also get to interact, and ministers, if you want to support each other and say, yes, I agree with my brother, yes, I agree with my sister, let's make it very conversational and not just where we answer question and answer, question and answer. We want to have that conversation. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ministers. Good morning, distinguished participants. Allow me, first of all, to express my deep gratitude to South Africa and African Union for the initiative of organizing this meeting and for the warm welcome to this summit, the critical importance. Organized in the run-up of the South African presidency of the G20. This gathering dedicated to investment in water goes to the very heart of the sustainable development ambitions that we have in all our countries. I wish to take this opportunity to commend the Republic of South Africa and to say very high and big respect and congratulations to my good sister, Pemi Majodina. I haven't seen her yet, but I'm sure she will join us later on. So, as you said, the question is very important. It addresses the central aspect of this summit, the crucial importance of large-scale, resilient infrastructure for our countries, especially in the context marked by climate change and rising of water demand in our cities, both urban cities and rural areas. The project you mentioned is called the Groundwater Transfer Project. It is a transfer of water from a lake called Lake de Guiers in the northern Senegal, which is connected to the Senegal River, and from that lake, transferring water to the major urban cities in the coastal west, like Dakar, the capital, but also a region called Thiès, another city called Mbour, which is a kind of triangle where we have around 7 million people living in their area. It is around the capital when all the urban and economic areas of Dakar. So that project, the Grand Transfer Project, is a part of a bigger one which is called the Water Highways Program, which have been launched by His Excellency President Bassirou Diomaye Faye upon assuming office. It is long up to 260 kilometers from the north to the major cities. This infrastructure aims to secure sustainable supply drinking water for our largest urban areas, as I said, but also it will allow us to, for irrigation for more than 15,000 hectares of farmland, and also it will impact the food security of the country. It is a structuring and climate resilient project, and it addresses also, as I said, the demand of water, but also adapted to climate and helping the country for improving or acceding to food security. So it is being implemented through an innovative public-private partnership, because we know that in our countries, financing water by our budget sometimes is being very complex and difficult. But now in our country, we're using the lever mechanism of public-private partnership to invest and to finance these major projects of our country. And it also involves communities, civil society, local, national, private sector, and so on. It is really a new type of project on water financing that our head of state have launched, and this will solve major problems in our urban areas. And as I said, to finalize, to conclude, it is the first part of the program of water highways, which will be in the western coast, from the north to the west. We have many other transfers in other parts of the region of the country connected to Senegal River, but also some other type of transfers of water that we want to use up to 2050. So we will solve for a long-term period the problem of demand of water in our country. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. Very exciting project, very huge project, ambitious. I'm told if your dream does not scare you, then it's not big enough a dream. It sounds like that's the way you are going. We'll come back to other questions. Let me go to His Excellency Abdallah Ahmed Balala, the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, for Energy and Sustainability in the United Arab Emirates. Minister, welcome. And what do you think, in your opinion, is the best way to reduce risk in investments in water sector, Minister? What are your thoughts?
Thank you. Thank you. I think, first of all, I want to build to what my brother Sheikh Tidiane mentioned, Minister Tidiane, to thank South Africa for convening us here today. It's always a pleasure and lovely to be back to the beautiful city of Cape Town. So again, thanks for South Africa for convening us. I think if I'm speaking about de-risking the finance for water sector, I'll start from what we have done as UAE. In the UAE, we are firm believers of public-private partnerships, as His Excellency Sheikh Tidiane mentioned. And it's not only embedded in the water sector, it's something we've been doing in different sectors, healthcare, energy, including nuclear power and renewables within the UAE, as well as healthcare services. So back in 2023, so public-private partnerships have been long been going in the UAE throughout the local 7 emirates within the UAE, but we wanted to officialize it. So in 2023, the government have issued a law on public-private partnerships where clear investments models identified. But not only that, we formed also an investment councils under each emirate to basically guide the investors and manage their journey once they come to the UAE, all the way to concluding a contract in water. The third thing is the incentives and the easements of doing business for investors matters. And that can be achieved, first of all, by granting a long-term off-take contracts to investors, which helps as well investors to have an easier access to financing. So that's something also at the UAE we've been doing. So that's when it comes to public-private partnerships within the UAE. If I am shedding the light on how the UAE is also believing in partnerships outside the UAE, that can be revealed through, for example, our Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, which earmarked $4.5 billion to be invested only on water projects. And again, Abu Dhabi Fund for Development have been exist since 1969, before even the Union of the United Arab Emirates, and have projects in all over Africa. Their relationships and their trust and the credibility they've built throughout the years with multilateral development banks, international financial institutions, and having also at the heart of what they do when it comes to investments is to partner with local private companies from the countries we are investing at. So this is in a nutshell what we believe can be utilized in order to unlock and de-risk financing when it's come to water sector.
Thank you, Minister. It sounds a two-pronged process, really, on making sure you ease business for those who are coming into the UAE, but also you're now looking outside the UAE. I'm sure I'll follow up on that also, but let me go to the Honorable Abida Sadiq Mir, Minister of Water and Sanitation in Malawi. Malawi has, Minister, developed a finance strategy for water and sanitation, and as a result, public expenditure in the sector increased and more funds from the World Bank were secured. Why are these types of strategies important, do you think, in your country?
Moderator. Firstly, I'd like to, can you hear me? Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister Pami Majodina for welcoming all of us here to South Africa and praying for beneficial rains for all of us, the rains that we need. Excellencies, distinguished investors, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a word of appreciation to the host, the Government of South Africa and the African Union Commission for organizing this very, very important summit. And of course, thank you all for these very important conversations that we're having here. It is both an honor and a privilege to join the esteemed panel at a time when the urgency to mobilize transformative financing in the water sector has never, ever been greater. Water is not only a basic human right, it is a strategic asset for resilience, economic growth, and sustainable development. Yet across our continent, access to water still remains a privilege for the lucky few. This should definitely not be the case. It is against this recognition that Malawi developed a climate-resilient WASH financing strategy as a tool for accelerating universal access to safe water and sanitation. The financing strategy, not just a technical document, it is a strategic planning instrument that brings clarity on the financing needs, identifies sources of financing, and aligns investment areas with national priorities, filling in the gaps where we need. Financing strategies effectively signal government's seriousness, readiness, and strategic intent. The strategy also assisted Malawi to shift from reactive funding to proactive, and hence inspires investors' confidence and has unlocked more financing for Malawi right now.
I'm sure we'll also come back and get to discuss other points also on what Malawi is doing. I'm just trying to check. We now go to the Honorable Minister of Water and Forests in Cote d'Ivoire, Minister Chagba. What do you consider, Minister, to be the greatest water project that has already been built, implemented in your country? What were the key ingredients from your perspective, Minister?
Translation.
Maybe can't hear.
C'est un honneur et un réel plaisir de prendre la parole au nom de la République de Côte d'Ivoire à l'occasion de cette table ronde ministérielle organisée dans le cadre du sommet africain sur les investissements dans le secteur de l'eau. Je tiens à exprimer au nom de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, du gouvernement et du peuple ivoirien, nos sincères remerciements à la Commission de l'Union africaine ainsi qu'au gouvernement sud-africain pour l'invitation adressée à notre pays. Nos remerciements vont également aux organisateurs pour les excellentes dispositions prises afin d'assurer le bon déroulement de ce sommet. Le plus grand projet dans le secteur de l'eau en Côte d'Ivoire est sans conteste le programme Eau pour tous, dont le coût global s'élève à 1 320 milliards de francs CFA, soit environ 2,3 milliards de dollars. Ce programme structurant vise à garantir un accès équitable et durable à l'eau potable pour l'ensemble des populations en milieu rural comme en milieu urbain. Il intègre également la gestion des ressources en eau dans un contexte de changement climatique. Les réalisations majeures de la première phase incluent le renforcement de la capacité de stockage de la capitale économique du pays qui est le district autonome d'Abidjan, l'augmentation de la production d'eau potable dans 27 lieux de région et de département, l'équipement de 200 chefs lieux de sous-préfecture, jusque-là dépourvus de système d'adduction d'eau, la réalisation de 450 000 branchements sociaux sur 3 ans facilitant l'accès aux services publics d'eau pour les populations les plus démunies. La réhabilitation et la maintenance des pompes à motricité humaine entre 2017 et 2020. Dans le domaine des ressources en eau, il convient de souligner la mise en œuvre du programme intégré de développement et d'adaptation au changement climatique dans le bassin du fleuve Niger, financé par un consortium de bailleurs et piloté par la Banque africaine de développement. Ce programme couvre 8 régions et un district autonome principalement dans la zone nord et centre du pays. Ce programme illustre l'engagement de la Côte d'Ivoire à faire de l'eau un levier de développement durable, d'inclusion sociale et de résilience climatique.
Merci beaucoup, Minister. I think if you just come, my sister, just to quickly do it in English and then we move on. I think you can summarize rather than read the...
Comment? Bon, non, je n'ai pas encore fini, puisque...
C'est pas entire.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Je vais juste, I would just make sure that everybody got the gist of what the Honorable Minister was saying.
Oui, bon, tenez.
So he was just talking about the biggest program that has been implemented in Côte d'Ivoire and the key ingredients that have made the program successful. They started with strengthening the capacity and building the capacity of the storage of the dam, and I think of the project. I'm really sorry. So they strengthened the capacity of the storage of the city, the capital city of Abidjan, and they also made sure that they increased the production of potable water in 27 regions and departments of the city. They made sure that the reticulation reached about 450,000 households, and then they involved a number of stakeholders in the process. In the field of water resources management, they also collaborated with a program implemented by the African Development Bank and working closely with the Authority of Basin of Niger. And this program was really focusing on sustainable development, social inclusion, and climate change. And they also put in place an interministerial cooperation to make sure that all the sectors were included under the framework of an integrated water resources management approach. And then they also put in place a national committee to oversee the program and various other agencies. So it was really like a stakeholder, multi-stakeholder approach. And they wanted to make sure that the investors were aware of what the project was about from inception phase, and so they also brought them along from the beginning.
Thank you very much, Minister from Côte d'Ivoire. Dr. Engineer Itefa, Minister of Water and Energy of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Maybe just tell us about the water finance strategies that your country has developed. How is this strategy? Maybe you could elaborate on the perception of risk by potential investors. There's always this issue of is our money safe? If you could just share with us.
Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning, Excellency Minister, host country. First of all, I would like to thank government of South Africa for the accommodation support they have been providing for my team. As you said, Ethiopia has been developing WASH finance strategy, how we can mobilize resources for the betterment of the people. One of the reasons is the experience we had the previous years. Previously, we had experience of mobilizing resources, how we can address for the WASH sector, the water supply, the sanitation facility, mainly through the development partners like the World Bank, African Development Bank, European Investment Commission, and from the government itself, where we had significant achievement. That was one of the bases. Then we had a plan for 10 years, how we can address the coverage to be like 100%, at least slightly to that one. Then we had issues to address. Number one was how we can make the efficiency of the system will be improved. That is one of the bases and the target. Another one is increase advocacy of public WASH spending. That means the tariff issue, the water loss issues, which will be helping us to minimize the loss what we do in the investment, even to attract private sectors as well in the new process. All those kind of things are our basis to start the WASH financing, which really helped us to move a lot to devise appropriate strategy that people can trust, that investing on sector will be so beneficiary. Today we are really utilizing that one, but still the amount of investment that we need for the WASH demand is not balancing. In our plan, in 10 years, we had like a gap of $9 billion, which has to be supported either by private sector or by development partners or by utilities or by the municipality or from government treasury, which shall add up and address what we are demanding. So when I wind it up, the strategy is helping us to achieve something, but still we do have big delta. That delta has to be fulfilled or that will be delayed our schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could we, Dr. Masuka, Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries and Water and Rural Development in Zimbabwe. Minister, what is the main message you would like potential investors to know about the water sector in Zimbabwe?
Well, thank you very much. Let me start by thanking the hospitality extended to us by our gracious host, the government of the Republic of South Africa, and also to my sister, Penny Majodina, for the exceedingly good organization of this summit. Zimbabwe presents abundant opportunities for discerning investors. It has 10,600 dams, perhaps the highest density of dams in Africa. So we have begun to craft an environment that allows us to attract private investors, because in the past it used to just be the public sector. And I heard people talking about de-risking. And in Zimbabwe, we've already de-risked in that the 10,600 dams have been constructed. And the new paradigm is that a dam is an economy. So in that context, we call it infrastructure 6.0. In that you do the dam, you do hydroelectricity generation, you do irrigation water development for rural development of communities, you do potable water, that's drinking water, and you do fisheries development. Then the rest of tourists and other aspects come into that. In that context, we now have developed what we call special economic zones, spearheaded by a dedicated investment agency called the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency, ZIDA. So this is a one-stop center to offer incentives for discerning investors into the water sector. Beyond that, we have a very strong institution, another government agency called the Zimbabwe National Water Authority, which is the technical arm of government, the government water engineer. So between ZIDA and ZINWA, these two institutions will be able to handhold investors into the water sector to ensure that we accelerate the last mile development of these 10,600 dams. So if you're looking for investment, start and end with Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Minister Masuku, you're scaring our minister here. That you've outnumbered you're one up on those dams, if not more. Thank you very much, Minister. I want to get this conversation in a more flowed way, but I still want to probably hear just a little bit, two more questions, and then we really get into the flow of things. Minister Balala, if I may come to you. How is the 2026 UN Water Conference, how can it help advance the agenda of water investments? And can you also update on the questions and along those lines, rather, on how that this can help the situation? Sorry, I'm moving away from the mic, Minister. And I know that you are joint with your brother to your left, so after you, he can also come in and augment the point, Minister, from Senegal.
Sure, thank you. That's a very good question. As you all know, last month, the thematics of the interactive dialogues for the United Nations Water Conference in 2026, which will take place in the UAE, has been adopted in consensus. At the center of these thematics is investments for water. We do really understand that if we are to move a needle in the water agenda globally, investments should be there. However, let me emphasize on one fact. Finance and investments by itself won't complement 100% what do we need or the gap of today when it's come to the water sector. We are firm believers in the United Arab Emirates of technology and innovation, and that's something will be featured as well throughout the investment for water theme. One of the things also I want to mention and highlight on this regard is that through our partnership with our colleagues and brothers and sisters in Senegal, we have gone through a quite inclusive, collective consultation efforts. So every single layer of the international community were consulted. And throughout that consultation, the result was having the adoption in consensus. Now, why I'm highlighting and mentioning that? Because we look forward to host every single stakeholder, regardless of their nature, be it member states, of course, will be there, but NGOs, civil societies, companies, investors, financial institutions, they all should play a role and be on the table to basically have an input into the aspirational outcome that we want to have at the United Nations Water Conference.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm sure, Minister, you want to add also too.
Thanks to my good brother, Minister Balala, for raising these issues. In this process, throughout 2026 UN Conference on Water, co-organized by Senegal and United Arab Emirates, we are sharing all our positions, views, and opinions. And when he talks about this, it's quietly for both Senegal and United Arab Emirates. What I just want to add is that we are discussing the matter of investment. When you take the thematics of the preparatory process that have been adopted in New York, all of them can be put in line with what we are discussing here. Because when you talk about water for people, of course, you have to invest on water to make sure that it will be, people will have access to that. Water for prosperity, of course, water is a sector where you invest, you gain for people, but also for private investors or private sector can also gain. Water for planet, also water for cooperation, water for multilateral processes, and investing in water, which is really what we are talking about here on this summit of Cape Town. So as my brother Balala said, everything now is on track. We are following the process. Everything is going well. The first preparatory meeting that will be organized in Dakar will be in January 26 to 27, January next year, 2026, in order to prepare the conference that will be held in United Arab Emirates in December 2026. So Senegal and United Arab Emirates are inviting you, calling upon you to prepare yourself, my good sister, dear sister Pemi. Be ready for that, all this process, and all of you ministers and distinguished participants, in order to have a very successful, as Minister Balala said, we want this conference to be really very inclusive and action-oriented. We have discussed a lot. Many commitments have been taken everywhere. Now we want really to have this good momentum to making sure that water will be really in the center of all the policies, national, regional, but also international level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Chagba, if I could come to you, how would you build strong interministerial cooperation to enable multi-sector water projects?
L'approche de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau qui implique le développement de la coopération, de la participation et du partenariat entre acteurs constitue l'approche de base de la vision de gouvernance du secteur de l'eau en Côte d'Ivoire. La loi portant Code de l'eau confirme le rôle de gestionnaire de l'eau dédié au ministère des Eaux et Forêts. Ce rôle qui est le nôtre implique l'engagement de la coordination et la concertation entre tous les départements ministériels. Pour ce faire, le dispositif institutionnel comprend plusieurs organes, à savoir le Comité national de l'eau et de l'assainissement, organe de décision qui intervient sur les grandes orientations de la politique nationale de gestion des ressources en eau, des aménagements et ouvrages hydrauliques. Le Comité interministériel de l'eau et de l'assainissement, organe destiné à coordonner et à mettre en cohérence les politiques sectorielles des différents départements ministériels dans le domaine de l'eau et de l'assainissement. L'Agence nationale des ressources en eau, organe d'exécution de la politique de gestion de l'eau, des aménagements et ouvrages hydrauliques. Le programme intégré de développement et d'adaptation au changement climatique est d'ailleurs un exemple pertinent pour illustrer la coopération interministérielle solide avec notamment la création d'une plateforme de dialogue interministériel avec, au niveau national, un comité de pilotage interministériel et au niveau régional, un comité technique régional de suivi. Le partage d'une vision et des objectifs communs, la désignation des points focaux dédiés, la mise en place des mécanismes de suivi et d'évaluation communs à tous les ministères.
In brief, the Honorable Minister was just talking about how they made sure that a platform of steering the project was put in place, but also monitoring and evaluation of the interministerial collaboration was operationalized. And then he spoke about a project that really focuses on bringing different sectors together and and where the financiers have an opportunity to align with their own facilities or their own plans.
Thank you very much. I feel we have sort of outlined the issues on really selling our countries. I just want us to probably really delve deeper. If I could have my mic, please. I just want us to delve deeper into now how are we selling these countries, and what could be the constraints as far as maybe attracting. We have people here, we have many people here who are looking at investing in these countries. Maybe I'll come to you, Minister Masuka, and say, you've sold Zimbabwe, and you've said with all these dams, and we can do things together. One thing you get to hear mostly from investors is that at times there's no political will. At times, how do I repatriate my money? At times, the paperwork is just too much. You spoke about all these free zones you were talking about. How easy is it doing business? Is it a one-stop shop where I come in and I want to work with you and I can do business quickly and make sure I set up shop? Minister.
Well, thank you very much. I did indicate that in a quest to improve the ease of doing business, Zimbabwe has dismantled the bureaucracy and established a one-stop center called the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency. And within 24 hours, as they say, you should be able to get your investment license.
Within 24 hours?
Within 24 hours. And
wow.
This is also the agency that approves the designation of special economic zones. And in discussion with our own Minister of Finance, Economic Promotion, Investment Promotion, we've said that anyone who wants to invest in a dam using the infrastructure 6.0 model will automatically get a special economic zone status and a national project status to enable them to get the benefits associated with investing in such projects. For example, we're looking at our biggest inland lake. Everyone knows about Kariba Dam, which we share with Zambia. But our biggest inland lake is Tugwimukosi, 1.8 billion cubic meters. We've just completed that as government. 320 million US dollars were put in as government. So we've de-risked investment for anyone who wishes to invest now in power generation, in irrigation development, in potable water provision, in fisheries. So already we've taken massive steps as the Zimbabwe government to ensure that we can attract investment. I hope that investors will work with us as we unlock the potential of such projects.
I hope the investors are listening, and it sounds, I see ministers clapping hands, that Zimbabwe is open for business. Minister, if I may come also to you, I know you had a big dam that you built, the Renaissance Dam. Maybe also just give us an idea, because what I understood about that is even a poor lady who has a cell phone in the far-flung villages, she was contributing every time she bought airtime. Talk to us about how you finance that, and also how many people, I would let you know, Minister, that they say at times getting to do business in Ethiopia might be a bit difficult. Talk to us whether Ethiopia is open for business.
Okay, thank you so much. Two things are there in your question. Number one is about the Great Reference Dam, which is really, we say it is African dam, because the largest of the dam, which Ethiopia has been dreaming before 50 years, 60 years back. That time we tried to bring the proposal to international community to support, and they said no. The king was saying one day Ethiopians will build the dam. That was initiative. Before 12 years, we started the dam. In coming September, like September 11, we are going to inaugurate 100%. That is completed. That dam has a capacity of 5.1 gigawatt energy generation potential, 5,150 megawatt capacity, with storage volume of 74 billion meter cube, which the fetch length, technically we call the water part, is 246 kilometers. It is unique of its kind. The way we did was every Ethiopians united, irrespective of political ideology, irrespective of whatever they think. The diasporas, everyone, poor mothers, the investors, private sectors, and employees, everyone has penny in the dam, and now we make it to be done. The intention of the dam is for power generation. Let's name industry, as my excellency was saying, for investment, we need electricity. For water supply, electricity. For all development, energy is the backbone, and that is how we are making to do that. As this time, we are connected with our neighbors, with Sudan, with Kenya, with Djibouti, and then now getting connected to Tanzania. Our brothers in Africa are utilizing from such kind of investment as well, which is purely from the public. With regard to the option Ethiopia, we are open now 100%. That was extreme to say, okay, Ethiopia is somehow difficult to invest there. That is old scenario. As we remember, before 2 years, government has initiated homegrown economic growth, which is basically to make open. Safaricom from Kenya is already in Ethiopia now, investing on the telecom sector, and others are also working on that. If someone is willing to come to Ethiopia to invest, especially on the water supply, the options are very easy, simple. For example, they can go for pipe productions that we are importing from abroad, the PVCs, the different kind of pipe components as well, the pumps, the water meters, the fittings. These are the ones which we demand for continuous engagement of our water supply, where we believe the dam, GERD is the backbone to mobilize that. Just to add one point, next to that issue, we have about 5 projects in the water supply sectors. One WASH project program, that is one plan, one budget, and one reporting that everyone in the country has to follow up. We have billions of portfolio. Another one is CR WASH, climate resilient WASH, where we focus on dry areas, especially east side of Ethiopia bordering with Somalia and Djibouti, which is from government treasury and from the bank as well. Very important lesson that I would like to share with excellencies here is groundwater. Africa, we do have in many places the groundwater. In Ethiopia, we have a program called Horn of Africa Groundwater for Resilience, which is to utilize our groundwater for water supply, for irrigation, and for livestock as well. Equally important is the sanitation one. People talk only about the water supply. Our cities, our towns should be clean. Ethiopia has a special program that we say second urban sanitation program, which we do have big portfolio where we can treat the fecal sludge and make the life easy for that one. In all these, private sectors have their own share that we are planning. Even our policy is opened up now so that they can.
So you opening up. I'll come back also and push you a little bit on how opened up you are, Minister, so that the investors who are listening to us can track to Ethiopia. Minister, is Malawi water secure? Or if it's not, how are you dealing with making sure that water runs to all the people in Malawi and it's clean water and it brings us dignity? What projects are you doing?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Malawi at the moment has improved so much since His Excellency, our President, Dr. Lazarus Makate Chakwera, has taken over and made sure that he made the ministry a standalone ministry. It was under the umbrella of natural resources and was not getting the attention it deserved. So it was a lot of projects were coming in, but were delaying. So as soon as he put a standalone, there were funds that had come in. For example, World Bank projects had come in with about, was it 460 million? And that was hanging for us to basically just get a Water Resource Authority CEO in place. And within 3 months, we quickly looked at the low-hanging fruit and said, okay, as soon I was put as in charge of that standalone, and we went in and we said, okay, this is low-hanging, let's do this. Secondly, this is what the World Bank needs, this is what ADB needs, and we went according to the regulations of what they required for us to get those fundings in. And as soon as we did that, we could now start building dams, We had water projects. We had the sanitation, water and sanitation project for Lilongwe. We have a water and sanitation project for Blantyre, which is the cities, with 245 kilometers of transmission lines within the city. So it's a whole new, it will be a whole new construction site within the next 2 months. Lilongwe has already gone ahead with so much with regards to sanitation and water, and the non-revenue water has also reduced. The losses have reduced. We also have JICA in there helping us reduce our non-revenues, where we have not yet replaced the pipelines, detecting where we are losing the water. So we've made large strides. And now we've also come up with the climate funds for $400 million through His Excellency, the President, who has been so supportive and guiding us wherever he can to make sure we get the funding that we need. Wow. For example, the 400 million is, I know he prefers for us to have piped water schemes with, high yielding boreholes with the solar panels to go into the villages so the women don't have to go and fetch water a long distances, protecting them from rape cases and abuse, and obviously just the time that they lose at the workplace and in school, and all those issues that we all know that are related to water and sanitation issues. The girls used to take buckets to school.
Indeed. It
Now
impacts on the girl child going to school.
Yes, yes. So yes, in Malawi we had issues whereby now we're also having the sanitary pads that are reusable. We're also getting from the donors. So we're going in, and I think that's why he also put a woman in the forefront, because we know the issues that are related to women as women. So some of the women they actually dry up dung, right in the village, and they use dung to absorb. So that is now a history in Malawi, because a lot of organizations, because we direct them in which areas to go, to which schools to assist, and making sure that our schools all have, if it's not piped water schemes, which we try, but if not, we're giving them boreholes. Right now we've got 129,000 boreholes coming in, but that's in the rural areas. We still have to carry on within the cities, but I say by 2030, we should have achieved our goals.
Well, that's a round of applause. Thank you very much. So clearly, there is a vision, and you think the idea of the president making it a standalone ministry has helped in propelling the advancement in water security. Now,
Definitely.
Thank you very much. Sorry?
The political will
The
is
political
there.
will. The political will is there.
Yes.
And you're open for business.
We're open for business.
I hope the investors
we
are
need
listening.
we need money for Salima Water Project,
Yes.
to which we're going to pitch today. So we've got a lot of work we're doing. We had pitched for Songwe yesterday, which is a transboundary between Malawi and Tanzania, looking for $851 million. And there's a huge return on investment for that project. So I'm looking to sell it and hoping that the investors can come to. I know ADB is looking at the project. Hopefully they'll come through for the second meeting and we can go to business. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Minister.
I thank you.
The women are well represented here, but it sounds like the women of Malawi are well represented too. Minister, I want to talk to you. You wear two hats. You are the Minister of Water in Senegal, but also you are the President of AMCAO now. Is the region, first of all, water secure? And what are the ministers of ECOWAS doing, AMCAO doing, in making sure that the region is water secure, and how open is the region for business, and the investors are listening here and say, we want to come. Is it a language barrier? Is it a look maybe not to other countries, but maybe more to countries that we speak the same language with? How is that happening? And also talk to us about your country and the bigger projects that you are doing. And whether you're open for business, because we are saying, we're pitching, right, Minister? I just wanted to say before the Minister answers, I will come down to questions so that those who want to ask ministers directly, there might be, let's counter the ministers here, there might be people who have tried to do water businesses in these countries and say, well, the minister says we are open, but clearly I faced some hurdles, and here are the hurdles. So ministers, be aware there will be questions coming on that. Yes, Minister.
Thank you. The question is very important. When you talk about open for business, you also talk about what you do to reduce risk to business, to make sure that you will be able to attract investors in order to come to invest in a security space and manner so that they can invest and gain. What we have done in Senegal for more than 3 decades now on reducing risk for investment in the water sector, we have based our approach in 5 key pillars. The first is the public delegation, because the country decided to enable the private sector, like the affermage contract, so that they can take the invest and manage the water sector in order to have a professional governance of the sector. This is the first thing that the government. The second is, as I said, for the water transfer project, is on public-private partnership. Yes. And a couple of months ago, the Senegal has won in Belgrade an international award on from its model of public-private partnership on the management and governance of the water sector in urban areas. It was given by United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. It has in the international the model that was really recognized. And the other thing is also using the digitalization system. Now, you know, if you want to be effective to have some more performance on the management of water, you have to use the digitization systems and innovations and so on to be able to be more effective on what you are doing. The second is also how to say, producing data, studies, making sure that you really understand and know what you have as a water resource in your country. As you said, you talked about the region. That's why the cooperation is also something very important. If you take the lowest level in our sub-region, where we have this good experience on water sharing with OMVG and OMVS, where we share the water among the countries around the Senegal River and also Gambia River. Now it is recognized as international very good experience and model on sharing the resource instead of going for competition on it, how to come together to discuss and to have partnership and to cooperate in order to make sure that each of the countries will be able to use that resource for development, for public, for anything else. So these are the things that we are also discussing in AMCAO, because the thing is we want African countries to, we are talking a lot about South-South cooperation in order to share experience, to learn from each other. We want our continent to be also a space open where all countries will be able to learn from the other on their experiences, the successes, but also the things that have to be avoided so that they can have more results on investing in water and on the implementation of their policies. So that is what I wanted to add on this.
I just want to follow up with you, Minister, and say, you will hear ministers in water, ministers in other departments saying, hey, we want to open up, we want to make sure we invest in water, but our colleague in the finance department at times he has other priorities. Is this something that you say is a bit of a struggle? Because priorities are many, and maybe water is not right up there. Is that something that you would say the region is facing?
There is no bigger priority than water. I think all the.
But is it a priority?
It should be. I think the political will is there. In all the countries, when you go there, you will find our policies, head of states, ministers, and so on. Everyone knows that you cannot have any other sector that can be more important than water. Okay. Of course.
So would you say the percentages of budget in water is higher now in most countries than, or is it defense, or is it education?
In Senegal, it's raising. It's being very important,
very high.
High, and good. From year to year, it is rising. In the countries, the others also, I'm sure, for Africa, it's becoming priority
It's
in
becoming
the
a
continent.
priority.
So that's why we need to reinforce the efforts that are being done by governments and so on, to have private sector to come, to
Indeed.
reinforce and to support the
do those
countries and so
PPPs.
to do the part of the job.
Yes.
I thank you.
Mr. Balala, in your region, I think water scarcity is something that is big, but you have made strides, lessons learned, and also open to interactions. I know already you are interacting with West Africa through AMCO and Senegal, but the drive in interacting, how big is that vision of making sure that you work with other African countries here in prioritizing the issue of water when it comes to investing in it?
I want to address at the beginning maybe a question you also directed to my brother Sheikh Tidiane. I think we are at a stage where all we need to realize how important is water and work together to bring it back up on where it belongs. Because water is a lifeline. If there is no water, there is no life. And today, if someone maps out the Sustainable Development Goals, we will all find that water plays a role in every single one of them. And this is our belief in the UAE. We come from an arid region. We really understand the true value of water. And hence, you see us today, we have a National Security Water Plan 2036. Last year, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed launched the Mohammed bin Zayed Water Initiative to come up with a desalination technology, not only to be deployed in the UAE, but this is something we work on to be also deployed in Africa, in Asia, in other regions as well. And we've been running campaigns and consultation, and it's open up for everyone to register. And it's the largest prize purse in the history. It's $119 million of a win for the winner. As you all know, the UAE is a convener. In 2023, we had COP28. In 2020, we had Expo at the most difficult conditions, and we've delivered a successful one. This is nothing in short. Our efforts with our brothers and sisters in Senegal, first we'll be delivering something outstanding in Dakar, inshallah, and then in the UAE, we will be delivering something exceptional as well. So we are here in South Africa. We will be talking about it also during the United Nations General Assembly. There is Stockholm Water Week coming. The interaction with the African region never stopped. We at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, maybe you saw yesterday, His Excellency Sheikh Bout bin Hayyan was here. He's the minister that oversees Africa from a foreign policy perspective. We work closely with him. And yesterday I had an endless number of bilateral meetings with my friends, the African ministers here. So our interaction with Africa never stopped. Not only because of the bilateral relationship we had with the Africa and African countries, but because of our belief that there is a possibility and opportunities in Africa. And we are, if not the first, probably the second largest investor in Africa as the United Arab Emirates, and water is one of these pillars. Definitely that we're looking forward to push more at.
All right, and innovation.
Of course, definitely. Innovation is at the heart of everything we do. We're ranking now among the top 3 countries in the world when it comes to artificial intelligence. I'm building to what His Excellency Sheikh Tidiane mentioned about utilizing artificial intelligence in detecting water leakages, building data, identifying trends, which leads eventually into a better efficiency and better utilization of water. And based on that, you can, of course, reach out to our colleagues here in Africa, build alliances. But one more thing I want to highlight, since we're talking about investments and water. Not financing and the capital is not always the issue when it's come to deploying successful water projects.
Okay.
We're a firm believer that creating the right environment with the right regulations in place is nothing in short when it comes to importance of availability of capital.
Okay, what do you mean by environment?
Environment is by giving incentives, grantees, licensing, credit rating to investors. And I know the people in front of me understands very well what I'm talking about, for them to be attracted to come and deploy capital, granting offtake contracts with sovereign guarantees, long-term contracts is very important. But governments and member states, and that's not only in Africa, that's globally, need to have the right regulations in place in order to attract investments into their countries. So capital, some countries, capital might be available, but they don't have that right regulatory framework on how to attract incentives or incentivize, investors to come and invest and have a successful PPP model.
That's interesting. It's coming from a country that wants to interact with the continent and also maybe deploy funding. And once you hear that sound, then I feel like I need to go back and ask whether the environments are right. But I'll go to Minister Chagba here and say, you have outlined, Minister, what you have done, the work that has been done in Senegal. And do you feel these agencies you have put out, do you feel the work you have put out has now put you on the path where even a little old lady in the village can now get potable, clean water, or there's more work to be done? And if there is, what is that work?
Merci. L'eau constitue une priorité du gouvernement ivoirien et fait partie de 7 des 11 super accélérateurs du plan national de développement 2021-2025. Bien qu'elle soit un pays riche en eau, la Côte d'Ivoire souffre d'insécurité de l'eau. La gestion intégrée des ressources en eau est considérée comme le moyen essentiel pour améliorer la gouvernance de l'eau en Côte d'Ivoire. À cet effet, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la gestion intégrée des ressources en eau, nous présentons à ce sommet un portefeuille soigneusement sélectionné de 9 projets à fort potentiel prêts à être déployés. Ces initiatives totalisant un investissement estimé à 210 milliards de dollars offrent des opportunités concrètes de partenariat et de financement. Nous sommes activement à la recherche d'investisseurs stratégiques pour accompagner leur mise en œuvre et générer un impact durable. C'est ces éléments que j'ai pu utiliser pour démontrer et dire à tous les bailleurs ici présents que la Côte d'Ivoire les attend au pays pour qu'ensemble on puisse développer les stratégies qui pourront nous permettre, n'est-ce pas, de travailler ensemble afin de les faciliter les investissements au pays sans difficulté.
Okay, so water is really an accelerator factor for Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is very blessed in terms of water, but they're still working very hard on water security. And to this summit, Côte d'Ivoire came with 9 projects really to be invested in and deployed, and the total ask is $210 million. And they have worked hard to ensure that the enabling environment is in place in terms of legislation, and they're also focusing on the framework of water investment, integrated water resource management to ensure that all sectors are included.
Thank you very much. We are left with about, I would say, 12 minutes to finish. What I would want to do is, could we have ushers with roving mics to make sure we go into questions, and I'll then ask questions whilst we are waiting for the roving mics. Business people who want to ask and who else want to ask? Everybody, I mean, you can ask questions going around. Please, could we have roving mics? But Minister Masuka, I want to come to you. I know you did open up on saying you're open for business and it's quicker. Minister Balala raised a point and said, money is usually not the issue at times. It's an issue at times, but it's not always the issue. The issue is the right environment. And it's interesting, it's from a state nation that's saying that usually that point comes from financiers. So I just want to go down the stream and say, do we have the right environment? So I'm preparing all the ministers, I'm coming with the same question. Is the environment ripe? Is the turnaround of, I know you said that already, you can augment, opening business correct? I will come to you, Minister from Lesotho. Is it correct? Just in a quick answer on that.
Well, thank you very much. I think in Zimbabwe we've actually done more in that we've created the right environment. For example, on the 5th of July last year, our president headlined an accelerated water investment conference where he invited the private sector and said, what do you want government to do? And we had 4 deal rooms, one that dealt with investment in wash in villages, 35,000 villages, the other in the investments around constructed dams already, the other complementing government, saying government is constructing 12 dams. What does the private sector need to do to invest in that space? And we're saying, how do we accelerate irrigation development? We have potential to do 2 million hectares, but we only have a 10th. So the right environment, I believe that in Zimbabwe has been created, but we can certainly do more. What we now need is the money. And I liked yesterday the discussion that was going through here, that perhaps what we need to do in Zimbabwe, and I'll be asking my Zimbabwe National Water Authority to actually do that, to say that they must co-develop these investment proposals with the private sector so that government alone does not develop that and pitch separately. So we start together and end together. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
Right environment? Are you ready to deploy funds where to come, or the environment still needs tweaking?
Yes, Ethiopia is ready to do that. We do have also experience, which I didn't mention earlier, is experience of Water Development Fund, which we have already established like 10 years back. And the utilities are practicing to get the loan from the bank and then they pay back after utilizing that one. That is our experience as well. Even from the import substitutes as well, all the products that are coming for water supply sectors, they are tax exempted. And we do have tax exemption paid for those who are working on the water sectors as well. So we are ready, and all private sectors, you are welcome to come to Ethiopia and invest in wash facility development institutions and so on.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the minister, I don't want to be accused of not being gender parity here, so I'll stop here. Ask the minister, then I'll go to the Minister of Lesotho. Minister, investors are here knocking at the door. They can ready projects that are ready to be developed are there. The right environment, as Minister Balala said, is there.
Oh, yes. I actually met with the minister yesterday. We discussed a few projects that we're looking to work on. And he offered, he said, let's collaborate. Obviously, we need to put our, sign an agreement before we come in to inspect the projects and see if they're bankable and if we get the return on our investments. And obviously, I explained that we have a new water and sanitation policy in place, Water Resource Act. Everything has come together and we are ready for business. So we're ready to go. We have a whole compendium of projects from all the different water boards. We also set up special SPVs under a certain, for example, if you do Salima Waterway, which is 305 million, which 100 million has already been used for the project. There's a balance of 200. If that comes through, there's a huge return on investment for anyone investing there. No red tape, political will is there, we're ready to go.
No red tape. This is being recorded.
No red tape. No bureaucracy.
No red tape.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are Minister from Lesotho. Could you just introduce yourself, and again, I'm saying this to everybody, not just the minister, and whom you are directing your question to. So, I always say, it has to be succinct to the point so that everybody else get the chance. If you want to write a thesis, we are not very far from UCT. We'll send you to UCT to write a thesis. So direct, short, quick questions.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Your Excellencies. My name is Mohlomi Moleko, Minister of Natural Resources from Lesotho.
If you could just raise your voice a little bit, Minister, we're struggling to hear.
My name is Mohlomi Moleko from Lesotho, Minister of Natural Resources, in charge of water, mining, and energy. My question is, what is the easiest way to undertake this project? So, is it EPC contracts plus finance, BOT, or triple P? It's not directed to any specific minister, but the one who can give me the answer.
Okay, all right. I am going to direct it firstly to Minister Balala because he spoke about the environment and everything. Minister Balala, what would you say to that question?
If I got the question correctly, because I was...
Oh, there was echo. Yeah, it's very echo.
When we speak about the right environment, and I've mentioned...
No, he was asking more on what's the best packaging of a project. Like, do we do BOT?
Yes, what I was saying is it better to do a tender for an EPC contract or get an investor to do an EPC contract coming with finance? Or is it better to do a build, operate, and transfer model, or a public-private partnership?
I think every single project have its speciality in nature. It depends on is partners included in this project or not. It depends on where the financing is coming from, equity versus finance. It depends. It depends on the project, and I think also it depends on the nature of the speciality of the project itself. Are we talking about desalination? Are we talking about water treatment? Or are we talking about a piece of infrastructure where you can even monetize post-delivery and get capital out of? This would be my question, but I want to go back to the environment aspect. Today, we're very well known of being an investment powerhouse. Before the UAE goes into a country, and that's applicable on multiple member states, not only the UAE, there are certain things that needs to be in place. Taxation needs to be highlighted, how the taxation will be worked out between the two member states. Investment protections need to be in place before such an international agreement takes place. Today, as most of you know, the UAE have signed more than 30, in 3 years actually, more than 30 comprehensive economic partnership agreements, some of them with African countries. Such agreements in place bilaterally enhance and open up more of an investment flows. But when I say investments, I don't mean only capital investments, but I don't mean only capital investments, but I mean also knowledge exchange and regulatory formats also being exchanged between member states, and we all learn from each other.
Sure, thank you. Minister, I saw you nodding, so I just wanted to,
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I was thinking that it also depends, I'd concur with Excellency Baraka, that when you take a project on, if you're going for EPC plus F, that depends on both the promoter or the financier. With a BOT, right now a lot of people are preferring BOT because you build, you operate, you transfer. So for the investor, they get the return on investment back. But for the government now, as you're taking over the project, it's already lived its shelf life. It needs a lot of repairs to be done. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed. So the cost comes in there again. So it's a catch-22. It depends on what works for both of you. So for example, when we started with Songwe, it had started EPC plus F. And then the financier came in and said, okay, I would like to do the whole project, but I would like to run the project as well for X amount of years. And we looked at it and said, okay, it's going to, by the time we get the projects back with 90 megawatts on both sides, 90 megawatts Tanzania, 90 megawatts Malawi, it would have outlived, and then a lot of repairs to be done. But it's workable because we're still going to get some money out of there as the SPV and, the trans-boundary project. So it just depends what you prefer. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, for Minister, for that answer. And I'm a hired gun, so I'm told that time is up and we need to wrap up. I'm sorry for those who wanted to ask questions. I encourage you to interact with the ministers bilaterally, and so that we get to get those answers answered. And I just wanted to say, as we close, while we move to the second plenary, let me just remind you also that there's a gala dinner tonight, and place is smart, but all are welcome for the gala dinner. May I ask you to give a round of applause to all our participants, the ministers of water from our continent, Minister Ndiaye from Senegal, His Excellency Balala from UAE, the Honorable Sadiq Mia from Malawi, His Excellency Loanta Chagba from Cote d'Ivoire, and Minister Dr. Engineer Itefa from the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and the Honorable Dr. Incius Masuka, Minister of Lands from Agriculture. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. I think we'll have a quick family photo, and then we shall all... the thing that I ask from these photographers is, we will need the photos after you've taken. Usually, they also, yes, they disappear in thin air.
Okay. Come closer.
Okay. Mon frère.
simultanée a marché, mais c'est ce qu'elle a dit, qu'à la limite, tout le monde a pris en compte. Voilà. Donc, je souhaiterais que, au niveau, comment dirais-je, de la communication, vous faites un papier sur comment on appelle ça, au sommet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. If we could all settle, and soon the next panel is about to happen. Hello. How are you? Okay, soon we come. Make it right now.
Good morning, all. Good morning. We'd just like to make a quick announcement on the matchmaking sessions. We have matchmaking sessions that are taking place today. We have session 2 and session 3, and these are holding in the following rooms. The rooms are to the left of the hall. On floor 1, we have Protea and Nerina. On the second floor, we have Orchid and Frasia. And then on the third floor, we'll have Bluebell. We are showcasing 40 projects today, and these projects come from the 38 countries, with a total budget of about 32 billion. The projects that are being showcased come from various subsectors. We have water and sanitation, multi-purpose projects, irrigation, aquaculture, and projects on solar and energy. So quite a number of things are being discussed, and the project owners are sharing the information through PowerPoint presentations and project fiches. Please note that the matchmaking session rooms are open throughout the day for bilateral engagements. So the times for the matchmaking sessions today are 12 hours and also 16:30. To repeat, we have the matchmaking sessions happening in parallel rooms on the first floor, second floor, and third floor. These sessions will begin at 12 hours and then also at 16:30. Thank you so much.
Come in and I think you can call. You got your people. You got your people. You're missing one. Okay.
Good morning. We are about to start the next session. So if you can please take your seats, and we'll be starting in a few minutes. Please take your seats. We are ready to start plenary 5, which is the next session starting now. Please take your seats, and we'll be starting in a minute. Right. So good morning once again, distinguished participants, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mchera Chira. I'm Director for Water and Sanitation at the African Development Bank, and I'll be moderating this next session, which is plenary number 5, focused on closing the investment gap at the local level. The objective of this session is really to take the challenge of investment financing for water and sanitation down to the local level, looking at the challenges that municipalities and local government agencies and authorities and utilities are facing, and how they can also contribute towards reducing the financing gap for water and sanitation in Africa. For this panel, for this session, I have a distinguished panel before us, and I'll introduce them just now. We have Ms. Kobe Brand. She is Deputy Secretary General and Regional Director for Africa for ICLAI. ICLAI is an association of local government organizations, global, and she will say more about what they do around the world, and particularly also in Africa. We also privileged to have Mr. Ben Mokeseng. Mr. Mokeseng is the head of transacting municipalities and water boards at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Welcome, Ben. We're also privileged to have with us Ms. Micah van Hinneken. She is the water envoy for the Dutch government, the Kingdom of Netherlands, and will also bring significant experience that she has to share on this subject. Last but not least, we are privileged to have Mr. Mbutu Mwaura. Mr. Mwaura is a corporate planning and monitoring and evaluation manager at Nairobi Water in Kenya. Nairobi Water is a utility in Kenya, and he'll be able to share experiences on how they're dealing with the challenges there and also mobilizing financing for the utility. The idea is to give a voice, like I said, looking at the water financing gap in Africa. The challenge needs to be addressed at multifaceted levels, not only at national level, but also at subnational level, as a lot of our countries have embraced decentralization, and investments and activities are also happening at the local level. However, just to set the scene, I just want to highlight some statistics that I believe most of you might be aware, but it's always good to remind each other the challenge that we're dealing with. So as you may be aware, close to about 500 million Africans still lack access to basic drinking water, whereas up to 800 million people lack access to basic sanitation. And if we're talking about basic hygiene, the number increases to about 840 million Africans without access. These are serious numbers. In terms of growth in access, since 2015, access rate to basic water in Africa has only grown by about 6%, which roughly gives us half a percent annual growth access rate, which is very low. And this is actually a drop when you compare it to the period between the year 2000 and 2015, when the access rates were increasing by about 1% per annum. When we talk about basic sanitation, access has only grown by 4% since 2015. So again, very, very low levels of access. This is compounded, as we may be aware, also by the very high demographic growth that's happening in Africa, which for some is actually a time bomb, the rate of population growth. And Africa's population is projected to double from 1.4 billion currently, around 1.4 billion currently, to about 2.5 billion in 2050. That's huge. But also, coupled with that, we have a high rate of migration from rural to urban areas, which is also posing a challenges for cities and towns to address service delivery. By 2050, it is projected that Africa will have twice as many mega cities. These are cities that will exceed 100 million inhabitants. And over 100 cities will have populations exceeding 1 million inhabitants, which will be up from 52 currently. So you can see already what's happening in terms of growth in population generally, but also the significant growth in the size of cities and towns. So what needs to be done to address the demands for water and sanitation service provision in these cities and towns, in the urban areas? So I'll first invite the panelists each individually to share their experience in working with local authorities or utilities, in mobilizing financing for service provision at the local level, but also to share with us the work that their institution or organization does and the experiences that they have. For that, we'll allow about 5 to 7 minutes for each panelist, and then thereafter, we'll engage in a Q&A session. So first, I would like to invite Kobe, Ms. Kobe from Au-Aip. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. You are free to come to the podium if you'd like, or to while seated, I think, whatever your preference might be. Please just give us a background of yourself, your institution, the work that you're doing, and how you think this challenge of mobilizing financing at the local level can or is being addressed elsewhere, and what could Africa do about it? So over to you, Kobe.
Thank you very much. And what an honor to be here personally for myself in this hall. This is also my hometown, Cape Town, and it's wonderful to see so many people from across our beautiful continent coming together on this very important topic of investing in water and water solutions for the future. Our president said it so eloquently yesterday that our future is water, and that we should see and seize the opportunity in water. And I think that was echoed by leaders from so many leaders, but also including Swaziland, etc., that says there is no future if it's not a water future for Africa. So to hear the Development Bank of Africa talking and giving us statistics about urban growth in Africa is, for me, heartwarming. ICLEI is essentially an organization working with cities. We are 35 years old now globally. We work with about 3,500 plus cities, large and small, around the world. very large cities. The largest city that is a member of ICLEI, for instance, in Africa is Lagos State Government. But we also work with very small municipalities. And I've just come from a visit to smaller municipalities, including Kasane in Botswana, who's doing amazing work when it comes to water strategies for the future. So we really focus on the local and subnational government level, understanding that those governments are governments in their own rights. They also have executive authority to make decisions, to make bylaws, and to act. And their ability to act and their urgency to act is no more heartfelt than at the local level. Because we understand when there is a crisis in town, and I remember the days when Cape Town was facing day zero, people came knocking on whoever the mayor of the time is. They came knocking on his or her door. Help us, please. And whether it is the COVID pandemic, whether it is a water scarcity, whatever the situation is that is impacting on people's lives right now, this is where they go to, this level of governance. So the mayor's door has to be able to absorb these issues, understand them, and address them. And this cannot happen at that level of government alone. Therefore, it's so critical that we all embrace in Africa the principle of multi-level governance. And I think this was specifically highlighted also by the esteemed delegation from Saudi Arabia yesterday, when they focused so much on partnerships. Providing water anywhere in any country is only possible if we do it in partnerships only between the different levels of government. When they all work together, can that happen well? But also when they take hands with the private sector and investment bodies, development banks, private sector investors, but also internally taking hands with one another and their communities. So I think this describes very much the world ICLEI works in. We serve a membership of cities around the world that are committed to sustainable development. And that blue line is a very thick and strong flowing blue line through all our work. Anything that we do, whether it's addressing climate change, whether it's addressing urbanization and rapid urban growth, it all comes back to how are we going to provide basic services, basic dignity to people in growing cities or shrinking cities, and how are we going to sustain that in a way that is in harmony with nature and also stressing nature-based solutions, which is critical because we all in the water sector understand that water ultimately we cannot address the water issues of the world if we do not address the nature issues, the origin of our water sources, and protect that. And there maybe I can just give an example. Many of us just came back from a wonderful week or two in Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe, where there was a wetland convention, international wetland convention, and I'm very happy to see that the executive secretary of the wetland convention is also here with us in these days. And there's a very unique aspect to the Wetland Convention, which is nowhere else in the United Nations system where the level of recognition of cities is so pertinent than in that Wetland Convention. They have a wetland accreditation scheme specifically for cities, where cities get awarded for and recognized by the United Nations and all the parties to that convention for their commitment and their actions towards their protection, the restoration and investment in their wetlands. And I think that is something that the entire United Nations systems can actually learn from, the importance of working with and recognizing the value that local governments bring. Because local governments are the engines of change, the engines of ingenuity. So when it comes to our work on working with our cities, the strong focus has shifted for the last, I would say, 15 years, really very much on an understanding from our city leaders, our mayors and their councils, that they do not have enough equity or access to resources to go it alone. And they have to partner deeper, of course, with their own national governments, and a lot of money can be unlocked still within national government systems and bring it down to the local level, but they also have to work and think better, more about how do they attract and successfully attain investment, financial investment in their water provision services. And that includes also how do they utilize their wastewater systems to actually return on the investment and address other issues like climate change, dignity, human rights, all those issues alongside with it. So I would say there's a very steep trend worldwide and specifically also in Africa and in the Asia, Global South, generally speaking, that we have to think more at the local level as becoming investable engines and also having much more dialogue and discourse and taking joint action with the development banks of Africa and of the world. And I'm very proud to sit next to the DBSA, Development Bank of Southern Africa, who we're working with especially to address that and unlock those investment opportunities for cities. But the challenges are still big and the opportunities are huge. And that's why I'm so excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kobe, for that introductory statement. In fact, I think from your institution, you bring a rich amount of knowledge and experience. I mean, covering, is it 35,000 cities across the globe? I mean, that's rich experience that you can, share with us in the course of the discussion this morning. I mean, some large cities, small cities in the more developed countries and, developing countries. I think we'll be able to explore a bit more some of the best examples and lessons that can be applicable in the African context. Let me move on to Ben, DBSA. DBSA is a development bank of Southern Africa, and you have specific focus on municipalities and water utilities. Could you share with us a bit of introduction in the work that you do, some examples of projects and your views about how to enable these local authorities to mobilize financing to close investment financing gap. So over to you, Ben.
Can I come there?
Sure, you can come to the podium.
I like to stand.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in the mother city. I'm not from Western Cape or Cape Town. I'm from Free State. I don't know how many of you know the provinces of South Africa. I'm from the eastern part of the Free State, and I work for the Development Bank of Southern Africa. The Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA in short, is about 42 years old now. It was established in 1983, and it was then reconstituted with DBSA Act to then become a fully fledged development financing institution or development bank. And its mandate hasn't really changed much. It has always been about the development, capacity building, particularly through service provision. When it was established back then, the core focus, if you recall, 1983, it was pre-1994, before we had our democratic dispensation. So the core mandate of the DBSA at the time was to really provide basic services to the then known as homelands, the former homelands. In fact, where I come from in the Free State is a former homeland itself. It's a place called Kwatwa, for those who have been there. So then, over time, of course, DBSA evolved to become a DFI, still focusing on development, but what defines its core mandate is really local government sector. The local government sector is, we always say, it's a cold face of service delivery. That's where DBSA actually defines its development position or its development mandate. So over time, Chair, we have been supporting municipalities in South Africa with financing in the main. So it's a DBSA
There's a bank in it, so it means a financing institution. So essentially, the core mandate is to finance municipal infrastructure. But there's a D before the B, which is development. So DBSA, similar to other DFIs, have to achieve this thing that we call double bottom line or dual mandate, where you have to finance development projects that advances development outcomes while making sure that you manage risk properly and you protect your assets for sustainability. It's quite a complex balance to strike. More often you find that the development banks in particular, tend to go towards sustainability and neglecting the development impact aspect of it. So it's a very delicate balance to strike. We have been in local government. In South Africa, there are about 257 municipalities. 8 of those are metropolitan cities, the big cities. And the rest are segmented below the metropolitan cities, what we call intermediate cities. And we have what we call district municipalities, and therefore also local municipalities. About 44 district municipalities, and roughly around 150 or so local municipalities, and 8 metropolitan cities. DBSA has been providing financing to that sector for municipal infrastructure. If you look at DBSA loan book, currently as a total asset base, if we focus strictly on loan book, is around, still small, but we're growing. It's around 115 billion rands. A third of that is in local government. Around 33, 35 billion rand is in local. So it's quite significant. It defines our role in that space. And contrary to popular belief, that book is also the best performing book, by the way. So local government is perceived to be very risky, but if you work with them in partnership and you co-create solutions, you don't just come in and leave, but you stay with them, the municipal authorities, and of course the administration, they will be able to honor their obligations to you. So the challenges in municipalities are vast. Out of that, a third of DBSA book being a municipal assets, a very small portion of it is water assets, unfortunately. The way municipalities work in South Africa, there is a legislative framework which is very good, very advanced, that allows municipality to borrow from the markets. So it allows municipality to access financial markets to raise capital for their municipal infrastructure. What has been happening in the past, we've seen particularly the big cities going to the market, raising billions of rands to finance their infrastructure. But the way they do it, they finance it as a capital program. So the money is not necessarily directed to specific or ring-fenced for specific energy or electricity. Rather, it comes into the big pool and then it finances the bigger capital program. So over the years, the water as a sector has been receiving literally a very, very small percentage of the money raised from the markets by the metropolitan cities and the rest of the municipalities, by the way. The largest part of that pot of money goes mostly to transport and logistics, and in some cases, energy. But municipalities have got a whole host of other responsibilities. So they use mostly the money they generate from the trading services, which is water and energy, to cross-subsidize other functions of the city, because 60% of their revenues comes from electricity and water, for example. So the challenges have been laid out widely yesterday. The first one being the issues of governance in municipalities. In South Africa, we had a phenomenon of coalition governments. They brought a lot of instability into the sector because we have multiple parties, political parties, governing the cities. They all pushing for different interests. So if you look at some of the big cities in South Africa, without mentioning names, you'll find that today they are where they are in terms of dysfunctional infrastructure assets, particularly water and other infrastructure sectors, because of poor governance that weakens the administrations of those cities and municipalities. If you go deeper and you look at administrations, cities are actually run by very competent individuals. You have competent CFOs, you have competent technical directors responsible for key water function, key energy function, and key sanitation as well as solid waste functions. The issue is, if we don't have what I would call political cover, the administrations will always continue to perform badly. So, and this covers the issue from governance. Of course, you have the issues of operational inefficiencies that were spoken to about a lot yesterday. If you just look at water alone, the leakages from the system are massive. The non-revenue water of one of our cities in South Africa is roughly around 58%. So what it means is, the water that this city buys from the bulk suppliers, whether it's water boards or any other bulk suppliers, it loses 58% of it. So the revenue, the actual cash, is leaking from the system. So is one, and this is as a result of a very long-term underinvestment in these infrastructure assets to create new assets, but in the main is because of neglect of the assets that are already on the ground. Yesterday, again, it was spoken, the biggest challenge is asset maintenance. So the assets are built, they are funded, but the next thing is to push for new assets, and you neglect the existing assets. So if you build new assets and you neglect operational integrity of that assets, you don't maintain it, it is bound to fail. One of our biggest cities here, if I may make an example of the energy sector, one of their transformers is about 98 years old. And I can go on and talk about why that is the case. But essentially, the DG of Water and Sanitation yesterday sat here and said the water service and other trading services are not ring-fenced. So in other words, the water revenues that are generated are not being put back, reinvested back into the water assets. Rather, a small piece of it is allocated for water, and the bulk of it then get used to advance other city strategic objectives. So the challenges are multifaceted and they're quite huge. So, Chair, I'll stop here and we'll talk about our strategy and how we advance development in the local sector.
Great, thank you very much, Ben. I found this really interesting because you bring the perspective of a development, financial development bank. A number of the international MDBs have taken time to consider financing at local level because of perceived risks and issues around governance and so on, accountability. And you bring in a perspective and experience which I think we'll try and explore a bit more because you gave some statistics of some of your best performing loan books being from local municipalities. So it will be interesting to know the criteria you look at and what has made that possible, because that I think is a good lesson on how we can really close the financing gap and learning from your experience, applicable to other countries. So we listened to Kobe representing an international global network of local government institutions. We've listened from the perspective of a development financier supporting local governments. I want to now move on to Micah from the Dutch government. She's the water envoy for the Dutch government. And I believe almost all of us know that the Netherlands has many years of valuable experience in managing their water resources. However, Micah, please share with us your perspectives about this subject. How could Africa learn from some of the experiences of the Dutch in managing their water resources, in mobilizing financing, dealing with local government and utilities? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yesterday we started the discussion with the pyramid of financing water, which is a very integrated way of financing water, looking at public financing, private finance, etc. And a lot of the discussions since yesterday have zoomed in to private project finance. And halfway during the second day, halfway during the morning of the second day, I want to be a little bit provocative and get us back to that integrated view. And I want to make 2 points and use the Dutch example for that. The first point I want to make is that we are asking the wrong questions. Before you ask the question, who finances water, you actually have to start with the question, who pays for water? Because in the end, financing, dealing with banks, only changes when you need to pay, but you will still need to pay. If you get a loan for your car, you can pay later, but you still will have to pay for your car. And I think that question of who pays for water, in the end, it's always taxpayers, users or polluters. And we need to ask that question, and it's very central to the Dutch experience. And the second point I want to make a plea for sector-wide financing instead of project-by-project financing. That's how we do it in the Netherlands. I'll tell you how. I worked for most of my career on project finance in the World Bank. I did quite a lot of projects with PPPs in the energy sector, but I don't think it's that suitable for local government. It's that suitable for the water sector. Maybe you can do a project finance for a wastewater treatment plant, but how are you going to use project finance for wetland restoration or for flood protection? And I'm really asking myself, if the Netherlands in the past 800 years would have depended on MDBs and private financiers, whether we still would have dry feet. So let me go to the Netherlands. Netherlands is a rich country. We spend a lot of money on water management. Water management is expensive. The Netherlands, we spend about 500 euros per capita per year on water management and water services. We can afford that. We have a GDP of over 60,000 euros per capita, but I know for some of the countries in Africa, this amount is just not possible. So affordability is an issue. And of that spending, both on CapEx and on OpEx, actually more than 3/4 is spent by local governments, by sub-national governments. So the role of local government is really important. We have water utilities, which are co-owned often by a number of municipalities, but we have also something which we call water boards or water authorities. It's our oldest democratic layer of government. They actually have water parliaments. You vote every 4 years for your water authority. So it's a separate layer of government between the municipality and the province. It only deals with water, with flood protection and with water quality and wastewater treatment. Because these water authorities are their own tier of government, they actually don't raise money through tariffs, they raise money through taxes because they have tax authority. And the good thing in the Netherlands is we have a tradition of paying taxes quite well, maybe different than some of the countries in this room. 98%, over 98% of households, farmers, businesses actually pay their water bill. Sometimes a little bit late, but more or less on time. So the water authorities have an earmarked revenue stream with which they sometimes pay a lot of the ongoing expenses, but they need sometimes financing for larger investment. Again, financing just changes when you pay back the investments you make. How do they do that? They have their own bank. It's a public bank. It's the Water Authorities Bank, co-owned by all the 21 water authorities of the Netherlands. And that bank goes to the bond market, to the private market, to get money not for one project, not for this wetland or these 10 kilometers of dikes. It actually goes to the private capital market for the sector as a whole. Because the revenues are earmarked and very dependable and predictable, they have AAA status and borrow very cheaply. That money is then used by the water authorities to invest. So there's a cycle which, first of all, the water authorities give good services. You don't flood in the Netherlands. Your wastewater is treated. Water quality is good. So people are happy to pay. Because they have that trust with the citizens, with their clients, they actually have that earmarked revenue stream. Can't be used anywhere else because they only do water. And because of that, they raise these sector-wide finances. So back to the point that I made in the beginning. First of all, first question is who pays for water? Then we can talk about who finances water. And second, let's not only think in this box of project finance, the box of private project finance. It has a role to play, but let's look at this whole pyramid and let's really look into sector-wide financing, municipal bonds, blue bonds, etc., to finance the sector in Africa and around the world sustainably.
Thank you very much, Micah. That was really quite interesting. I know that there's an echo sometimes in the sound. I hope our audience is able to capture the points being made. But I also found that the interpretation app that was introduced yesterday, you can actually track what is being said in case it's not very audible by reading the texts that pop up on that app. So I think Micah shared very interesting examples and experiences from the Netherlands where there's a high rate of tax compliance. Utilities are able to recover costs through collection of taxes. There is a governance framework that is very strong and robust, including a water parliament, which monitors performance and represents people's views. There's also a bank focused on mobilizing resources for all the water sector, specific for water sector. So these are interesting lessons which demonstrate the strength of a robust governance framework, but also a tax collection system that reinvests those resources in improving service delivery. So I think these are valuable points that we can explore further in the discussion and could be very good lessons for some of the countries in Africa where the institutional and legal framework allows for some of these examples. I'd like to move on now to water utility, specifically in Nairobi, in Kenya. And we are privileged to have with us Mr. Mbutu Mwaura. And I believe you have one or two slides that you also want to share. So please, you have the floor. Give us some background about Nairobi Water. What is your mandate? How do you mobilize financing for your infrastructure and service delivery? But also some of the lessons that you could share with us. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, and all protocols observed. Dear delegates, good morning all. Yes, my name is Mbutu Mwaura, as you have heard. I'm here on behalf of our Managing Director, Engineer Nahashon Muguna, who would have wished to be in this summit, but due to other equally demanding functions, he has not made it. So he has sent me. I'm the planning, monitoring, and evaluation manager. So just as a background is to note that in Kenya, we have devolved system of government where we have one national government and 47 county or regional government. Now, in the two sets of government, the functions are shared between the two levels of government. So the county government are tasked with 14 functions. Among the 14 functions is the provision of water and sanitation services. So out of that responsibility, the county, Nairobi City County government has appointed an agency, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company, to be its sole agent for purposes of providing water and sewerage services within the city. Now, the city has a population of 5.3 million. Roughly about 10% of the country population live in the city. We are operating in an environment where the demand outstrips the optimal capacity. The demand is about 910,000 meter cubic per day, whereas the optimal production capacity we have is 620,000. So it's about two-thirds. So under that circumstances, the human capital that we have is about 2,800 staff. The company is oversighted by board of directors, which board is also appointed by the shareholder, the county. So now coming to the subject, here in this forum, we are talking about bridging the financing gap, investment financing gap. And here in practice, when you look at life in reality, we shall never reach at a situation where we have really bridged. Because as we try to catch up, the demand is growing. And that is the beauty of life, whether at household level, whether at institutional level, country level, or even regional level. Today, in this summit, we are talking of a deficit of $30 billion per year. This is as per today. But as we progress, the demand is growing. So therefore, as that continues, that will actually also grow. So it is a question of trying to reduce that gap. So at the utility and of water, we have had some case study, what I can call effective stakeholders engagement, so that we can be able to bridge the financing gap. Under the sector, we usually talk about financing the sector through the 3 T's, either through the taxes directed from the local government, either through transfers from development partners, or through tariffs, what we are able to charge the end consumers. So I'm showing a slide there where we had an experience of, successive experience, where we involved all the stakeholders, right from conception all the way up to the implementation. So in that project, we call it OBA, output-based. We had the option, we had the model, the first slide, please. We had the model where the utility received grant worth about 12 million US dollar from the World Bank. The condition was that that was to be used as the seed capital. Then the utility was also to get a facility from a commercial bank. And the disbursement were designed on output. Once you achieve a certain milestone, that is when you get the first disbursement. For example, 10% of that 12 million US dollar, it was upon signing, the utility signing the agreement with the commercial bank. Then 65%, it is after we have done connections on the ground. Then 25% is when the customers have started consuming the services and they do start paying for the bills for the services rendered. So that was model that was implemented between 2012 to 2019, and we can say it was very successful in our own assessment. We can go to the next slide, the last one. So basically this shows, the second slide please, shows the success that we had on that project. So the photos there are showing the situations that were there before and after. Those ones were basically in the informal settlement. So all the stakeholders involved, we can say they were win-win situations. For example, to the consumers, the end users, there was issues of increased network, both water and sewerage. There was the issue of reduced incidences of waterborne diseases. Then for the company, there was the issue of coverage also increased, the issues of revenue increased, the issues of connections. So we can say it was a win-win situation. So this model of effective stakeholders engagement can really become very handy when it comes to if you want to reduce the gap between the financing gap for purposes of meeting the demand for water and supply services. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation from Nairobi Water. I think it takes us down to the ground of a specific utility in a large city. He shared with us how they are structured, the number of people they are serving and the areas, but also how they are mobilizing financing. And we'll dwell on that a bit more because I think Nairobi is well known for having some of the largest unplanned settlements, right? Peri-urban settlements where service delivery is a major challenge, be it for water, for sanitation. So it will be interesting to learn how you are tackling those challenges and mobilizing financing to invest in some of these settlements. That might also pose a challenge in terms of collections. So would be interested to hear a bit more about that. But let me come back first now to Kobe. Having listened to all these experiences, I reflect on one of the challenges that we see in Africa related to decentralization, where in most countries that have undertaken decentralization, we cannot say that all of them have been successful. I think there have been challenges. Some have had very good results, I guess. I'm sure you'll be able to share some examples. What do you think, what would you say rather, some of the major limitations that you see in terms of having full success, in decentralization and effectively mobilizing financing for investment in services? And what would you advise governments, who are running such reforms, and the way that local governments can be more effective?
Right. I think this is a question we ask ourselves every day, and our cities talk to each other about this on a daily basis in urban forums, and of course with their national governments. I think Africa, we all know, is not the most decentralized continent in the world, but we do have many successes, and I think the will is there. However, our structures, we must understand that our structures are still being built. Our levels of multi-level governance and the structures that go along to make them robust are still fledgling. We are fledgling democracies coming out of a colonial era, which has fundamentally shaped the Africa that we are in today, and it is a journey that we are on. So I think the first point I'd like to make is that it is a journey, and it's not something that can be fixed overnight. It's not like you can go and send a consultant in and say, fix this and come up with a solution, give us a blueprint, and here we go. I think it builds on the need for greater trust and understanding about the role and potential role of local governments when it comes to delivering. And here, I would like to say to the financiers, the investors in the room, and the national governments, that cities are the future of Africa. Our Africa of tomorrow is an urban Africa. And we have to collectively make sure that our cities function and function well. And one way to do that is to build strong political leadership at the local level that is connected to the utilities on the one hand when it comes to water, but also to the national governments and to the AU structures in general. So that is on the governance level a lot of work that needs to happen and can happen. And we see examples of where your more decentralized organizations that invest deliberately in your urban development and in cities, there are successes that can be replicated. And those are across the continent, from West Africa, North Africa, South, Central Africa, East Africa as well. There are many examples. The other issue is that I think we need to understand that investing in cities is perhaps not necessarily, it doesn't come naturally to national governments. It's more risky. than them saying, let us hold the funds and let us start a nationally focused water strategy and implement it there. Unfortunately, that does not filter down to the communities on the ground. You were referring to informal settlements. Informality is not going away in Africa. In fact, we see a trend that informality and informal areas and the informal economy that goes along with it is a growing tendency in Africa. It's going to be part of our future. So, but there's a lot of innovation in informality that can be tapped and utilized for small-scale and community-based solutions. So one of the biggest challenges is to work with subnational government cities to understand that our DFIs and our finance world are looking for really big projects. They're really looking at sizable projects, and often your smaller municipalities cannot think or come up with the ideas that are big enough to attract the investors. So a lot of work needs to be done between ourselves as impact brokers with the investment community and those smaller cities to maybe group ideas or to build ambitions so that a group of cities or a national government with a group of cities can actually stand together and build a package that is investable. And then I would just like to maybe as a last point say that I would think there needs to be a lot more understanding for how difficult it is for a municipality to build a pipeline, an investable pipeline, up to where a DBSA or an AFDB is going to sign the last page, on the last document of that project and let the money start flowing. Naturally, cities are not necessarily entrepreneurial in their way of looking at finance because they get most of their finance from the fiscus or from taxpayers and revenue at the local level. They're not necessarily out and ready to go and talk with the private sector. So we need to meet each other halfway. And in that space, there's a lot of ingenuity, patience, and also trust that needs to be developed. People speak different languages. The language of the investor is very different from the language of a city that delivers basic services on a day-to-day basis. So that pipeline, investing in that pipeline, we find very few finance organizations that are actually really ready to invest at high risk in pipelines, taking a project idea and a need from a municipality into something that ultimately ends up as a bankable project in the context of the AFDB or another DFI that can actually put money into that. So I think that whole process of building pipelines, understanding the language and the context where local governments come from, a lot needs to happen in that space. We work with KfW, we work with so many institutions around the world, the European Investment Bank, ERDB, so many of them are actually brokering up that space at the moment. But if we look at the scale and the need out there, and you were talking about how many people are still unserviced when it comes to potable water, when it comes to wastewater, there's dignity, there's human rights, there's people's lives and livelihoods at stake, as well as health and well-being. So we have no choice but to invest and take that risk. And actually risking investing in a pipeline today of something that may start as an idea and a need in a city and taking it to a financially bankable and investable project, that's hard to do. But taking that risk is far, far more low risk than not taking that risk.
Absolutely.
Because if we are not becoming more risk acceptable and stay risk averse, the future of our African urban communities are going to lead to much more exacerbated problems, not just related to water, but it will spill over to social and even people are saying that some of the wars of the future will be fought over water as well. So we have to invest in our cities. They are the last frontier, but they're also the first frontier. They are our innovators, and they are ready. We have in Italy, we are aware of projects to the value of 4 billion euros that are ideas at the moment and at various stages in this pipeline towards investability. So for those investors who are willing to walk that journey with us and with our cities, who are very serious and committed to take their projects through your pipelines and your requirements for investment. The cities are there, the projects are there, we are there. We'd love to partner.
Excellent, excellent. Well put there. I mean, you raised important points. Cities are here to stay. The future of Africa is around cities. We need to address the issues. We need to support our cities to start thinking in terms of investment, in terms of pipelines, readiness, and talking the language of financiers to be able to attract investment. I'll come back before we close, because this talks about the issue of long-term planning, investment visibility, because financiers, investors want that, to see longer term, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and how they can address them. And maybe you might have one or two good examples that you can share to the audience as a lesson that we can take forward. But let me move to Ben. DBSA, you gave us an introduction of the good work that you're doing with municipalities and financing a lot of their infrastructure. So, I mean, it's not just in South Africa. I think in many countries, a lot of these water utilities and municipalities are really eager to mobilize large amounts of financing to support large-scale projects, and long-term investment. But from your experience, what aspects would you recommend such municipalities or utilities to work on so that they can increase the chances of raising the financing, say, from your institution?
Thank you very much. So, I must be honest with you. In South Africa, the local government sector is actually punching well below its potential, and I'll tell you why. So we have a very good legislative framework in South Africa that allows municipalities to be able to access financial markets, including capital markets. Over and above that, we have very well established and deep financial markets. So there's no any issue about money or funds availability. It's actually in abundance. As a matter of fact, some of the institutional investors, one speaker yesterday was talking about the institutional capital that wants to flow into that into water sector, but obviously the environment is not enabling. So, that being said, it's very simple. I indicated earlier that we have some of very competent municipal managers, very competent chief financial officers, very competent technical directors and engineers running the water departments. If the issue of governance arrangements, there is a very, in most of municipalities in South Africa, there's a very weak interface between council, political council, and administration. By that I mean it's very easy for council, which is a political level, to interfere in the operations of the cities. When that happens, it's a recipe for disaster. No investor wants to touch you. So, I mean, I live in Johannesburg. I mean, that city has got so much potential. It could possibly be one of the best cities in the world, by the way. If the resources that are allocated to it and the governance is strengthened and the people who are hired to run the water business do it, I can tell you that in the next 5 years, the water losses from that city will reduce from on total non-revenue water from above 50% to below 30%. They can do it. They just need enabling environment. So if you ask me what is it that the cities needs to do in order to attract private capital into that space, sort out your governance is the first thing that people look at. It's a matter of trust. You know, our work in the DBSA, hence I said the book is performing well, and I'll probably, if you come back later, I'll touch on the reasons why it's performing well. But in essence, our work in local government is based on partnerships with them. We actually shifted our strategic positioning in local government about 3-4 years ago to say, we have been focusing on financing, meaning providing loan facilities for infrastructure. And then we then realized that the bigger problem is not actually financing. The bigger problems is the capacity to actually run the municipalities well. And of course, this goes back to the issue of governance. In some of our very weak municipalities, they don't have capacity to plan properly. They don't have capacity to package and prepare projects that are ready to go to market and attract private capital. So our strategy in the DBSA, and you'll probably know this because we have worked with yourselves as AFDB and others, we are holistic in our approach to local government now. So instead of providing only financing, we look at the entire project development cycle and we say, starting from planning, there is lack of capacity. Most of the municipalities don't have master plans. I mean, that's your long-term strategic planning document. So if you don't have it, what informs your development going forward? So what we've decided to do as a bank, we have intervened in that space. We now support local municipalities, particularly ones with weak capacity, to put proper plans in place, both master plans and sector plans. So we have done water services development plans for municipalities with the idea that we don't just do them so that they get put on the shelves and they gather dust. The idea is once we have developed master plans and sector plans, then there are key strategic projects that then should then emerge from those plans, and they must find themselves in the integrated development planning of the municipalities and ultimately find expression in the budgets. So that way is the only way you unlock funding, whether from the fiscus or from the capital markets. Over and above that, we have been supporting municipality to strengthen their operational capacity in the main to build their revenue bases. So we intervene with things like revenue enhancement programs where we say, we come in and we provide financing for your water project. Currently, you said you wanted examples and we can talk about them. We're working for one of the districts in the Free State, one of the big intermediate city in the Free State where we're providing financing for their bulk water pipeline, replacing old asbestos cement pipes with new, of course, pipes. But when we do the proper due diligence, we found that it's one thing to provide financing to build the integrity of those pipelines, but there is a leakages from the revenue management value chain. So we identified that from when they are metering, some meters don't work at all. So from the metering to billing to actual cash collection, there were massive gaps. So instead of just financing, we said we are also bringing in an intervention around how you can augment your revenues. So we are supplementing our financing with what we call non-financing, because it's essentially grant-based revenue management program that will then, once the project is implemented, the municipalities will start. I can go on and on. I'll stop there, but
I think you have made very, very good points. Yeah. One, governance, both at the political level and technical level, so that there's non-interference, pretty much, but that the structure is robust and sound. the availability of capable, qualified people, experienced people running the finance, but also the technical aspects, the importance of planning, long-term planning, master plans, investment plans, and also for development institutions, development banks to support also building capacity. And I believe also we can add hand-holding some of these entities to actually develop these skills and plans. So that's very, very, very good points I would like to think. I'll come to you, Micah. I mean, your experience and the work that you do as a water envoy for the Dutch government is also provides an opportunity, a privileged position to interface with governments, to make advocacy for increased investments for water. Of course, also bringing your experiences from Netherlands, but also internationally. What do you think are some of the key ingredients that should lead to successful advocacy, to ensure that the advocacy that you provide or partners provide actually becomes effective to achieve the objectives? What would you say with that?
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm noticing that in the panel we're focusing on large cities and we're focusing on water supply and sanitation, and those are probably the areas where it's the easiest to create revenues and go to public to private financing coming in, no? And I celebrate the success of Nairobi Utility becoming more efficient. The municipality of Cape Town here has improved their service provision and hence their revenue also a lot. But I want to talk a little bit about the other side of this, no? Local governments are not only urban municipalities, they're also rural districts. We're not only looking for investments in water supply and in sewerage, we're also looking for investment in groundwater management in arid rural regions. We're looking for investments in wetland restoration, in flood protection, in urban drainage in smaller cities. And I think what we really need to think about then is the fallacy of the idea that because there's not enough public money, the private sector will come in and invest. There's no because there, right? We need to work hard to get the private sector money in, but we also need to really think about public investment and public expenditures. And just to wrap up, in a former life when I worked at the World Bank about 15 years ago, I did a public expenditure review in water, in 15 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And as it happened to be, the World Bank actually did a repeat of that public expenditure review last year or a year and a half ago. And a really depressing thing was that the outcomes were exactly the same. So we didn't make much progress in these 15 years. But I think when you do advocacy, you need to make sure we also hold central and local governments accountable for their own spending and their own investment. So just a few key data. In sub-Saharan Africa, government spending on water in the bigger sense, no, water resource management and water services, is between 0.3 and 0.5% of GDP. I just talked about my country. We spend 1% of our GDP on water resources and water services, and our GDP is much higher. So we need to get this number up. So the first thing is we need more public spending on water, and we need to, yes, learn the language of private investors. We also need to learn the language of ministers of finance and advocate for that. Then the second thing is actually that we also need different spending. The targeting of public expenditure on water in Africa and in the rest of the world is really bad. It's regressive. We finance rich people who have house connections in capitals. We don't finance poor people who don't have a tap. We don't finance poor farmers, smallholder farmers, etc. So we also need to think about the targeting. Every investment decision we take actually has winners and losers. And the third thing is we need better financing. If you actually look at all this government financing on water in Africa, only 70% of the budgeted amount is being spent. And that's because we've made our own systems too complex. And to be honest, the Netherlands is not better than Africa here, no? I mean, getting money from the central government to the local government takes half the fiscal year. Then we need to do procurement, we need to do this. So what's budgeted at the beginning of the year, 30% is actually not spent. So if we also can think about public expenditure, rural areas, water management, and really think about more spending, more targeted spending, and better spending, I think that's also part of the puzzle. And that doesn't say that some of the project finance we're talking about here isn't valid, but let's not forget that we don't want to leave anybody behind.
Excellent. I think you make a very good point. I think even yesterday, I think one of the slides that was presented, I think it was Alex at the opening, showing that the public sector still remains the largest investor for the sector. And so clearly there's need to increase public spending, a percentage of GDP going towards investment, and then private sector, of course, will follow. So thank you for those insights. I think it's still a conversation that we need to continue having and advocating to ensure that we have increased spending public, and as you said, not only urban areas, but also rural areas. We cannot neglect that. Let me come to you from Nairobi again, Mbuto. So I talked about Nairobi, a large city, but also with a huge challenge of migration and settlements that are unplanned. How do you go about mobilizing financing to invest in large populations living in unplanned settlements? And what assurance would financiers have of your ability to collect revenue in those kind of situations? Maybe you'd share with us some of your experience in Nairobi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, moderator. And yes, indeed, we have several informal settlements, basically where the residents there don't have rightful land ownership documents. According to the last census that was done in 2019, the population in those areas is 18%. Well, 18% may sound like it is a small percentage, but when you look at individually per other estates, then that is quite high. So that is indeed one of the areas that we have a lot of focus on. One is, since we are saying here, the issue of the utility so much is to do with provision of services. And these are essential services. Actually, as per the Kenyan Constitution, we talk of these services being actually human rights. Article 43 of the Constitution provides for that. So the utility has put up mechanisms to ensure that the services can at least be accessed. One of the interventions that we have done is we have a one specific region which focuses on those areas. Initially, it was a department, but we realized that maybe it was not having the focus that we desired. So it was later elevated to a region, so that the same focus we are giving to the other planned formal areas, we can also give the same to the informal settlements. So having said that, when we are engaging with the communities, we know these are special areas. So we have also employed people with some specific skills to do with communities, what we call the sociologists or community development assistants, so that they are able to penetrate and engage with the communities. We have also established what we call delegated models, where we go to a certain area, then we can engage a CBO, community-based organization, so that we can be able to penetrate those communities through those structures. In that case, there is first of all the issue of ownership. They can own both the process and the output, so that the infrastructure that you put there can actually be safeguarded by the communities. The issues of once the services have been received for sustainability purposes, you also need to actually collect revenue out of that. So this is a question of progressive campaigns with these communities. You progressively dialogue with the community, but we also have some interventions when it comes to the tariffs. We have special tariffs which are relatively lower than the other areas, so that at least there can be some incentives for people to at least be able to pay. According to the World Bank standards, we talk about for any service to be regarded as water and sanitation to be regarded as affordable. It should be less than 5% of the household income. The last tariff that we implemented in April 2023, the average was about 3.4%. So basically, which is within those parameters.
Excellent.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we have come to the end of the session. I think it's been a rich session, a lot of insights shared. I would just like to give the panelists one last word before we close. So from Nairobi, what would you want to tell investors here or financiers about investing in Nairobi? What assurance, just in a one or two words?
Yeah, I think when stakeholders focus on output-based model, it can have both benefits of the utility, the end users, and the financiers. So output-based is the key.
All right, great, thank you. Micah, what would you tell governments here as a lesson to take away, or local governments from the discussion we've had today?
Take a sector-wide approach, plan long-term, and really see where you prioritize your financing. Your own, but also attract others. And to investors in the Netherlands, you didn't ask that, I say go to Africa.
Okay, great. Ben, DBSA or any financing institute, what would you say to the local authorities and utilities here in terms of final words to secure more financing for their investments?
So I will talk to both the governments, local governments and the utilities to say strengthen your institutions at an administration level, learn from those that are run well. I'm in the Western Cape. There is a small municipality not far from Cape Town, when you drive to West Coast, called Bergrivier and Swartland. Very, very small municipalities, but they do the basics right. So that's all you need to do. Do the basics right, everything else will build from there.
Excellent.
I'll take this opportunity to also say, DBSA has been local government since inception. So AFDB, KFW, Fresh Development Bank, come and partner with the DBSA, and then we'll show you the space, how it works.
Excellent, excellent. Strengthen your institutions, do the basics right, and other financing institutions come and partner with DBSA to support municipalities. And then finally, Kobe, what is your last word from this discussion? What would you want to tell investors or financiers looking to support municipalities? Or what would you want to tell local authorities in order to attract more financing as a last word?
I would like to say everything Ben said, and then also add to that that success is possible. So, just one example, city of Mbombela here in South Africa has for the last 30 years already partnered with a water and sanitation private operator on a 50-50 share, cross-share basis, very successfully. And in recent years, it has increased threefold their respective investments. So there can be return on investment for private partnerships, private-public partnerships. And then another example, just one more, from Nigeria. Enugu State, for instance, was successful in attracting investment from AFD and the World Bank, but they had to first do regulatory reforms insisted on by these financiers. They did them, they did these reforms, and in December 2024, Enugu State government signed a formal agreement with a special purpose vehicle to implement the sustainable last mile connectivity and advanced metering infrastructure project financed by these financiers to the value of $100 million.
Excellent.
And those examples, those are just two. There are many examples, some larger, some smaller. What I'd like to leave us with is Yes, there needs to be governance, increase, better governance at the local level, but better partnerships. Beyond PPPs, let's also think about public-public partnerships, that between national and local governments, because national needs local. Water is an universal right. National governments voted for that universal right, but that universal right towards water and sanitation is and will be delivered locally.
Excellent.
So that PP partnership between public is as important as our PPPs. Thank you very much, and keep on investing in cities. Congratulations to this summit for allowing the stage to be also focusing on the role of cities.
Great.
Thank
A
you.
round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panel. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you very much to all the participants. We'll have one or two announcements. We'll have a group photo for the panel before you leave. But I was asked also to share an announcement from the government of South Africa, I think the organizers, that they would like to announce that there is a dinner, a gala dinner tonight at the end of the session. I think it's at 7 o'clock tonight. It is in this venue, hall number 4. So the dress code is comfortable and everyone is welcome. I think that's the message from the government. So a gala dinner tonight, you are all welcome. 7 p.m., hall 4 within this conference facility. And I think, Katarina, you also have an announcement to make?
Mechera, we have 2 announcements from our hosts. The first one is indeed that the dinner, the gala dinner, is open to all accredited guests, and it will be in Conference Center 1, room 4A, open to all delegates. The second announcement, and you can follow the announcements on the website, is that we have this afternoon, well, in the continuation of the morning, 40 projects today being pitched. If you are an investor, if you are a bank, please go and listen to our colleagues pitching at 12 o'clock session, and then the 4:30 session. There's 5 rooms in 3 floors, and you have the allocation of the projects and the information of the projects on the website as well, so you can select where you want to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
ChatGPT to write thank you letters, isn't it? Or send this person the email or respond to this for me. Guess what? AI can do a little bit more than being our personal assistant. And with our wonderful panel here today, we're going to hear a bit in terms of how AI and finances are actually linked, and of course, how we use data. But the undercurrent was really the issue of governance. The improving, how do we improve governance in the sector? The de-risking, increasing credit worthiness, of course, lies heavily on data. And we know we've had a number of challenges when it comes to that. So we're going to have here today, different perspectives of how this is being used. And I was busy telling our panelists, make sure you're linking everything to finance, that the topic is linked to finance within your various presentations. So, without further ado, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Ramateo Monyokolo, Chairperson of Rand Water and Association of Water and Sanitation Institutions in South Africa, on AI leveraging to mitigate service delivery and financial challenges. So it's an absolute pleasure to have Rand Water over here. Did you know that Rand Water is the biggest utility in Africa and the 4th largest in the world? Isn't that extraordinary? We also have Dr. Alex Money. I am not going to get into an endless pun about that last name. I'm sure you've had enough of those. But Director of Watermark, using AI to value water. Of course, a topic that is very close to the heart of Africa, which is the valuation of water and actually what it means. So this is, yes, absolutely welcome. We have the wonderful Dr. Stellen Uhlenbroek, Director, Water Meteorological Organization. How can data on water resources guide critical water investments? And I know we had a wonderful discussion last year in Stockholm with Dr. Stefan, where he was enlightening me on what, he exactly does and how it was really important to the work that we were doing. And then we have the wonderful Miss Yvonne Magawa, Regulator of the Continent, Chief Executive Secretary of ESAWAS. And I must say, Yvonne, always ahead and trying to pioneer. And yes, we do know that this would be most helpful to the issues of regulation, particularly that little non-revenue water issue that keep cropping up. And then finally, it is our pleasure to have Professor Francesco Corvaro, Special Envoy for the Climate Change of Italy. So a pleasure to have all of you over here. Now, I think we're just going to go right ahead with it. You know your questions. So basically, as I mentioned, linking data with governance and financial decision making. So what is working? What is best? What are the most critical issues? And why? What are the critical elements for governance? So I'm going to start with Mr. Monyokolo. So can you tell us how South Africa is leveraging AI in water use and water service delivery? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. All protocols have been observed, and I want to piggyback on those protocols. At Rand Water, we're currently using a process that is referred to as robotic process automation. That process is intended to automate financial systems because you introduce AI in processes to bring about efficiency and effectiveness, which is what, and of course it cuts cost in the process. That's what we do. And of course, in terms from the data point of view, we're using cloud computing, which enables us to take decisions on the basis of data that is there, and we download the data and effectively get the information that we want. We also, in terms of data that is used, we are able to do preemptive maintenance based on the information that is in our disposal. And we are able also to determine the level of the lifespan of our assets, which is part of asset life cycle strategy of the organization. Of course, that cuts across all entities. I think in terms of the relevance of the intervention from the point of view of water investments, there is no investor that wants to invest in an organization that is inefficient.
Yeah.
So to that extent, AI assists where there are processes, in which processes there's inefficiency. So you deal with issues around business process optimization, and you can then introduce AI to hasten those processes and bring about efficiency and effectiveness. And how is this helping us? Competitiveness, efficiency, and effectiveness ensure that investors, the organization cut costs. It ensures that you attract investors. That's why Rainwater raises its money in the market, mainly because investors have realized that this organization is run efficiently based on the impact that we are having as a result of artificial intelligence and related digital interventions. What has been the impact on the ground? Remember, technology is not only about, it's not just infrastructure, it's also about ensuring that when we dose chemicals, we use AI to dose to determine the level of chemicals in the water and then able to cut costs in terms so that we don't waste those chemicals that we use in the system. Just last week, which the president referred to, we launched Station 5A that will be providing 600 million liters a day into the system, providing 4 provinces. That system has the capability to use AI and improve efficiency and make sure that we have water security in the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please, let's give Chair a hand. Chair, I have a question. In a number of high-level political dialogues that we've had, there was always an issue, and there is still an issue, on data being compelling enough to make the case for a number of emerging issues, maybe investment, or that governments are still hesitant on how data is actually being presented. How would you, in terms of making the case for AI, which seems to be working really well with Randwater, what would you tell them in terms of the buy-in or how to improve the buy-in of data, number one, and one generated by artificial intelligence?
Yeah, well, maybe just to indicate that whilst we want to, all excited about AI and artificial intelligence, of course there's risk about cybersecurity and related issues, and I'm sure every investor will be concerned about those things. But most importantly is that when you want to invest in an entity and you want to have an understanding of where the entity comes from, where the entity is, where it is now and where it's going, the importance of data is that it gives you that information that will enable you, when you come in to invest into that entity, to find opportunities for improvement on the processes that are there in the organization. So to that extent, it gives some level of security for will-be investors to invest in entities that they see potential, they know the historical background, and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for that. Monsieur Mani, on the issue of valuing water, Africa has been talking a lot about it. The Africa Water Vision Policy has been very explicit on the valuation of water. And my understanding, Watermark looks at using AI to value water. So could you tell us first what Watermark does and give us concrete examples and how AI may be useful in the investment decisions, linking it now to the emerging conversation or the recognition that we need to value our water? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that framing, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. So just to recap, there are three questions I'm going to try to answer.
Yep.
The first is just to briefly explain how we're using AI in this question of valuing water, to then give some examples specifically about what we're doing. I'll limit the detail in this round, but welcome to follow up. And thirdly, maybe to just signpost where I think the investment community, the investor community, as well as project originators and governments are likely to be able to take AI going forward. So just by way of context, I've got about 30 years of experience. I was a professional investor for many years before working on the water side of things. And so the framing is really taking both those sides. So just very briefly in terms of what we do. Watermark is building a global database of shadow water prices. And the shadow prices are based on the value of water. And the value of water is distinct from the cost of water. And we can discuss that a little bit. And essentially, what our objective is to do with these shadow water prices is to enable them to be used everywhere, every location in the continent, and to be used by anyone on the continent who needs access to data like this. In terms of how we do it, the prices themselves, the shadow prices, are calculated using an AI-assisted agentic model, a hedonic pricing model. We can unpack that a bit. The key thing about the difference between the approach that we're taking and how water is traditionally priced and valued is traditional models are volumetric. They look principally at how much water is being used. In the framing that we use to value water, we think you need to go beyond volume. So what actually matters is who is using the water, where they are using the water, how much water they are using, why they are using the water, and when they are using the water. Because these are the different components that ultimately drive value. The why is a really important component. We've heard in the presentations yesterday and this morning about the importance of a sustainable financial model where revenues cover costs to ensure financial sustainability. But when you think about the spectrum of people who use water in a continent like ours, they range from rural communities who are using small amounts of water but get high value from it because they need it for hydration, for cooking, for hygiene, and so forth, to large consumers of water who use it in manufacturing processes, in mining, increasingly in AI data center cooling, for example. Now they also get a high value from water, but the difference is they keep using high volumes, right? And because they keep getting the high value. You contrast it with a rural user. They use the first few units to meet those needs, and after that, the additional value of water is quite low for them. But for an industrial user, that value stays high because they wouldn't be using the water unless they were making an economic return from using it. However, in the way that water is priced, typically, that distinction is not made. There is not a different tariff, generally speaking, being used for the rural user who's using a small amount and the high-end industrial user who is using a large amount and getting a lot of value. And that's essentially where we see the opportunity to do something different. Because the reality is you need value-reflective tariffs to be able to make the system sustainable. So there are 5 objectives that our approach, or the general approach of using shadow prices to value water is. Number 1, to actually mobilize investment. Because by having value-reflective tariffs, you're able to increase the return on investment opportunity for certain types of projects. And what investors are looking for are risk-adjusted returns to make the investment. So number 1, to mobilize investment. Number 2, by enabling utilities and others to differentiate between users and in pricing, and colleagues can speak about this in the panel, it supports the financial model, the sustainability of the financial model being used in the sector. And this is the absolutely key thing. If we're not supporting the sustainability model, then in a sense, all of these things are quite challenging. So number 2, sustainability. Number 3, is to incentivize efficiency. And I was just speaking to a colleague here. You will remember the pyramid that was shown yesterday, and we said that the pyramid, the top is MDBs and DFIs and so on. The bottom, all the real value added, comes from efficiency gains. You know, sweating the asset, using the existing infrastructure better, and price is the best incentive to support efficiency. The other two reasons we're developing it is to support governments in how do they actually price water. Can they have a robust, credible, transparent, methodological approach to say, this user should be paying this amount, that user should be paying that amount. That is a complex process. It requires understanding local supply, local demand, the dynamics of weather and climate in terms of how it affects future availability, who is using the water, when, where, how much. All of these things are part of that. But that's what we're trying to do, and that's how we use AI. And then ultimately, all of this is being done to support resilience, because that is underpinning what the future dynamics are going to be. So that's I don't know how I'm doing for time, but let me just quickly talk about the concrete example. So how do we actually use AI? We use AI in 5 different ways. We use it to collect data. So to inform the model, we need to look at the supply side, which is groundwater, surface water, effects of climate, a range of different things that drive water supply. And on the demand side, we need to know who is using the water, when, where. So that's a lot of different data, different types of data, remote sensing, satellite, aquifer measurements, borehole measurements, metered readings, etc. So we use AI to process that data and to collect it. We then run a model. The model is called a hedonic model, and I'm sorry to use a word like that. All that a hedonic model means is, you know when you buy a house, the price of the house is actually not the price of the bricks and the cement that makes the house. The price of the house depends on how close that house is to a school, to a park, to transport services, to a hospital. What a hedonic model does is it does a regression analysis, an econometric analysis to understand how those different features should affect the price of the house. We essentially use that same type of model, but we apply it to the factors that should drive the price of water. And what AI is doing for us is it's allowing us to do the many hundreds of calculations, regressions, interrelated correlation, in near real time. And then what the current version of AI is letting us do is it's letting us use reasoning so that it says that if this information and this information says that, what does that mean for understanding this information and this information? And this is going beyond summarizing a report and so on. This is actually using agentic AI reasoning to create an optimized set of prices that use this information. Again, I don't want to over talk about it, and I can say more about how we use the data, where we get it from, and so forth. In terms of concrete examples, we're currently deploying this in another region for a payment for ecosystem services, where effectively a large blended finance facility, a pooled fund is being created, where the buyers, which are electricity utilities, pay the sellers, which are farmers, to stop siltification in the river. Because in siltifying the river, it revenue losses. And we use a shadow price to determine the transfer payments to the farmer and to calculate the value to the buyer of the change in behavior. But there are lots of other use cases for governments, regulators, utilities, investors, private companies. My last point, if you let me make it, and then I will cede the floor, is really in thinking about AI for investment specifically, which is, I think, your last question, which you asked me. So AI, or versions of AI like machine learning, have been used in the financial markets for a long time. Original uses were basically to help understand and read financial data faster and more effectively. In more recent years, AI has enabled us to analyze non-financial data, looking at media reports, looking at earnings calls, looking at annual reports, and extracting signals from that. Currently, AI, this current generation of AI, is being used by investors to do predictive analysis on different scenarios, what happens under a climate scenario, under an economic, if a war happens, etc. That's the current. But I'm telling you, we are just at the absolute beginning, the absolute first day of what AI is going to do. Just to give you two examples of where I think this is going to go based on the work that we are seeing ourselves. Firstly, in terms of how investors and project owners and governments can understand return. At the moment, most of our conversations about return focus on financial return, because that's the language we understand. In this current generation of artificial general intelligence, or reasoning-based intelligence, rather than just looking at financial return, we can be able to look at economic return, social return, environmental return, return on natural capital assets. Hubert, who spoke yesterday about capitalizing natural capital assets, this will be part of the return framework. And similarly on the risk side, we only at the moment really think about financial risk and ratings. Actually, this generative AI will look across the data points to tell you about social risk, socio-political risk, economic risk, all of the other forms of risk. And by improving our ability to understand that, can help investors and project developers optimize against risk and return. Very last point, and then I'll stop speaking. Very last point, very last point. What is the potential for AI in helping the sector? Two things. It will help prioritize which investments should be made by using these different risk and return data. And then it will help governments, policymakers, investors, and others optimize the mix of investments across sectors. So water is part, we keep saying all the SDGs, yada, yada, yada. It's true. Optimize the combination of investments that should be made to deliver the maximized social impact or economic impact or environmental impact. So that's the story for AI.
Thank you very much. This is really fascinating, especially that there is quite a bit of discourse around also initiatives in terms of what is fair. You know, what is a fair water footprint? You know, I do know, for example, that 1 kilogram of gold requires 265,000 liters of water, and how is that actually being priced? And then you have, of course, these social considerations, the right to water and sanitation. How does AI pick up on some of these, well, sentimental values? So I'll move over to the next ones, but I'm pretty sure the audience has some pretty interesting questions as well to ask. Stefan, a pleasure. Yesterday I heard something very interesting. That's a gentleman on the plane that said that the world was ruled along 3 pillars: God, gravity, and culture practice. And I found it interesting because meteorology, yes, falls somewhere within those 3. So just in terms of what are you doing in terms of the space of AI and data at the World Meteorological Organization? And how can data on water resources guide critical water investments? And of course, can you give us some examples? Most of the discussions we've heard is about predictive model that we keep hearing here and there. And I know we did have quite an in-depth conversation about how certain states don't even want you to monitor the weather in their own countries. So just to hear more from you, Stefan.
Thank you so much, Serene. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, happy to say a few words. So if I got it right, you want me to cover a little bit what WMO is doing and how we use AI and how we support that, and also how this informs better investment decisions. But before I try to answer this, you know, just give me 1 minute to give you the appreciation of that session here. It's so important, you know. I think yesterday Alex started us off with kind of closing this investment gap of 30 billion. Every year, 30 billion need to be raised. And how to do that is very complicated. I think that came out very clearly the 1.5 days we had now, and it's complicated, we know. But there's you know, pitching of ideas and pipeline projects, blended setups, and I think Alex was speaking a little bit. I can be useful in that respect. But if you look at the suggestions in scorecards or improving the accountability or better risk management, etc., that all needs a lot of data. And that needs evidence to really guide the decision. So I really believe that this session on data and information is very critical. And the data need to be clear, accessible, and reliable, and really authoritative. And I come to that in a minute again. I really believe this is critical. And often in a kind of African context, we often say water, either we have flooding, that's the one extreme, of course that's my day job to help with flood management, or we have too dirty or too little water. Huh? And let me just close this little intro with a quote. You know, there's Carl Gunter from the Circle of Blue. He always issued this newsletter, and he had a nice one just last week. He said, "Water is not threatened by drought and pollution; it's actually threatened by confusion." And that is very true. So the more data and more information to shed some light on all this confusion, that's what we should do, and that helps investments. Now, WMO, what we are doing, and I skip the PR part as much as I can, colleagues, but it's the specialized UN agency for weather, climate, and water. When we talk water, it's very on the hydrology, operational hydrology, the biophysical aspects of water which we are dealing with. We are trying to support the countries along the whole value chain, from observing processes, from measurements and providing guidelines. How do we measure, you know, with surface station from the space, or with radar systems, etc. How do we manage that data formats and data exchange and platforms and all that? And then also, if we have the data, how do we model it, and how do we make useful for predictions for the next hour, or the next days, so months or years ahead of us, and kind of try to analyze that. So along that chain we're working. Therefore, the standards of surface observation, ground observations, space observations, all that is something where the organization contributes to. And if you look just at the weather part, we're talking about billions, Mr. Money, these days. And it was estimated, and it's a very conservative estimate, that the global infrastructure for weather predictions only is about 10 billion per year. And that's a conservative estimate, because it's difficult to say how much countries really contribute as in kind and so on. But 10 billion, okay. But another very conservative estimate is the return on that investment. And that was estimated conservatively with 160 billion a year. So really a factor 12. I'm well aware that there's huge challenges for the return on investments. There's case studies that show higher and lower and so, but for sure, these investments pay off big time to society. Now, when it comes to water, what we are doing particularly is the Hydro SOS system. SOS stands for Status and Outlook Systems. So we try to help countries or river basin organizations or everywhere to, in a standardized ways, to assess the current status of water resources. So what's the status of my surface water, of my lake water, of my groundwater, of my snow and ice system, and then also making outlooks, so seasonal to sub-seasonal predictions. So how will it evolve in the coming weeks and months? And we believe this is very useful for investments decisions. This is critical to know for energy generation related to water. It's critical for irrigation demand management. It's critical for navigation and for so many other aspects. So kind of the outlook is a very important part. All that needs a lot of data. We also summarize this annually in a report. That's the annual State of Global Water Resources report. We are finalizing, as we speak this week, the next year report, and it will be launched in September. And that is like a hydrological yearbook of the world. So it's kind of summarizing the state of water resources around the world. That's interesting for a hydrologist, but it's also interesting for investors, because you see hotspots. You see, okay, that was the situation in 2024. You know, how was the declining El Nino signal, for instance, influencing water resources availability in parts of South America or Eastern and Southern Africa, which is also sensible to El Nino signals and etc. So you kind of you get this in maps and figures, and that is useful. And if you do this online and all the time, that can really help decision making. Now, my last point, you wanted to speak me on AI. AI and machine learning is everywhere. I think Alex, you made a clear point for that. So it's in the whole value chain of observing with pattern recognition, to quality control of data, quality assurance, to modeling predictions. So AI is everywhere. It is exciting when you see what happened over the last 2 years or so. Yes, we have been using this maybe as when I did my PhD in the 90s, we called the artificial neural networks often, but it's kind of a pre-AI type of thing where you try to understand patterns in time series or spatial patterns. But but I think in the last 2 years, it's really amazing. For the meteorologists, I'm not a meteorologist, I'm a hydrologist, but if you look at the weather prediction models, these are usually run at high performance computing centers, which can only be afforded by a couple of countries. You need a number of IT engineers to just run that. It's quite complex programming and modeling and so on, and kind of getting these online data real time into your model all the time, update that and run it to make global predictions is really a high performance computing. Nowadays, with trained AI models, the computational requirements are really much lower. And you see that even on laptops, you can run good models, which also have a high performance. Yes, they do not solve all these beautiful differential equations, but they do, with a high skill, often make good predictions. And I wait for the day, you know, when there's a teenager sitting in his bedroom with his latest telephone. I don't mention a brand now, and maybe makes very good prediction on a telephone by just being able to access, to having AI helping coding, having access to the latest data, combining that and making useful predictions. This brings me to my last point, I guess, and the AI, you know, while fascinating it is, it brings a lot of it brings two challenges. First, we always need data. So don't think because we have AI, we can optimize on observations and data measurements. No. We still need observations to be able to feed our AI models with useful information. Yeah. And the second, it brings in new players. This teenager in his bedroom is maybe the extreme. But also the private sector with complete other skills and linkages to the market, or academia, researchers, and the public sector who is in charge of the country when it comes to warnings, they have their distinct mandates and roles. And it only brings together. So the teenager, independently how skilled he or she is, and probably it's a she actually, the authoritative voice in a country to issue a warning and make a decision to evacuate people along a river or whatever needs to be done, you know, that has to come from a country. It cannot come from the teenager, because it's clear, you know, it's really a very sensitive decision, and it's a decision about lives and huge investments and potential damage. And so this kind of combination of different players from the private sector, big tech, as well as entrepreneurs, universities, research center, and the public sector. Like we have the minister here in the first row, you know, her role will never be diminished because of that. It's rather becoming more important, and hopefully AI helps her to make these better decisions, because at the end, it's the public sector responsible and accountable for difficult decision making. Maybe I keep it there, and looking forward to the discussion.
No, thank you, Stefan. It's always an absolute pleasure listening to you, always informative. Just a quick one, Stefan. What do you think, what is the uptake for AI-generated information and then linking it to actually trying to get investments? Is it there, or is it still, do we need more forums and sessions like these, you know, to foment or to encourage the various players, including financial institutions, to accept AI-generated data? And this is also the other question, the acceptance or the legitimacy of that data. So what are some of the countries that have actually put their weight behind it?
Well, noting that, I said AI is everywhere. It's in the data quality control process all the way up to the prediction process, and in post-processing, making apps that help farmers, or operating dams, or supporting energy investment decisions. There's also AI. So it's everywhere. You don't really maybe see that, and even if you think, oh, that comes out of a numerical hydrological or weather model, maybe the quality control was already supported by AI, so it's everywhere. It's not that the end user necessarily can see that. There's maybe mistrust, because, you know, while we have these fantastic language models, ChatGPT, etc., which helps us a lot, but also there's sometimes nonsense coming out. So there's skepticism. Yeah, but what is the uptake? It's difficult to say yes or no, but I think it is everywhere, and the performance is often so good that it will only increase. And I think Alex made the point that we are really at the beginning of the first day, or what did you say, of more than a week, I believe, the first day. Huh? And it is just another tool that help us to make our job better.
Thank you very much, Stefan. All right, Yvonne. Yes, let's give you a hand. Yvonne, regulation. So I know you're going to tell us about SOS and the fascinating work that you do, but also maybe examples of maybe where some of your members have used AI for decision making. I know the development of the impact reports and annual reports and the analysis of the performance of utilities. And would it help raising more finance, or does it help in raising more finance? Over to you, Yvonne.
Thank you very much, Serene. Just a brief background on SOS. SOS is a network of water supply and sanitation regulators across Africa. So SOS itself is like a coordinating body for the water supply and sanitation regulators to promote effective and efficient regulation. So when we talk of solidarity, as indicated there, when we talk of scale and impact, this is what SOS is trying to do, because we are not dealing with one country at a time, we're dealing with several countries at once. So the interventions that we're putting into the sector to accelerate and strengthen regulation to improve service provision on the ground is scaled up just by the number of members that we have. At the moment, we have 15 countries. So our outputs are implemented in 15 countries.
Mm-hmm.
What would have taken one country 5, 6 years is now being done in half the period and in several countries at once.
Oh, wow.
So this is the effect that we're able to have on service provision, and we are now looking at continent-wide. So beyond Eastern Southern African region, we are also supporting countries across Africa to improve sector governance, to strengthen regulation, to make that difference in the sector. Regulation is always very difficult to understand for a lot of people. Why regulate? What is the importance of regulation? But I like to use the example of traffic. So used to tariffs. Traffic example. When the traffic lights are not working, there's this congestion that happens. These vehicles cannot move. People are also stuck. There's too much going on in the same place, and you cannot move. When you bring in regulation, it's like having a working system. The traffic lights are working. Everyone knows where they're supposed to go, which route they're supposed to use. When it's green this side, it cannot be green on the other side, and so on. So regulation basically organizes the sector and puts standards in place and puts instruments in place that allows the sector to progress. Yes, we've made a lot of progress in the last 20 years when the regulators have been in place, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And the main premise of regulation is to support government to implement policy. And the regulator looks at two main things: sustainability of the service providers and affordability of the service for the people. So trying to balance these two things is not always easy. And regulation in itself is data intensive. You cannot regulate without data, and we keep talking of data. For a regulator to make a decision on aspects that improve sustainability of the service providers, that make them more creditworthy, so to speak, financially viable, they must look at a number of factors, and they need data to do that. So with regards to AI, we cannot speak of AI at the moment, but we are looking at the fundamentals. Mm-hmm. How do we strengthen, or how do we ensure we have reliable data in the first place? Mm-hmm. This is what we are investing in as SOS at the continental level, and through the regulators also within the sectors, strengthening data from the local level. How do the utilities collect this data? What tools do they have? What instruments do they have? Are they metered? Are they 100% metered? Are the instruments functional? That is very important for the regulator to collect this information in order to make decisions that affect the sector. So that is what we are currently working on, and the regulators are also investing in GIS systems. Why GIS? Because they're now realizing that they need to have a visual sight of what these numbers mean. When we say coverage, 85%, what do we mean? Where are those people? Who is actually covered? Who is not covered? What are these areas? When there's a crisis, as he was talking about. It's an emergency. You need to probably move people out of a certain area because there'll be floods. You need to do emergency dislodging or something like that. Do we have visuals to tell us where these situations are, where are the hotspots, the health outbreaks? So the regulators are investing in GIS systems. Now this has to be in close collaboration with the service providers or the utilities themselves so that they can visualize or have maps of what the sector looks like. When we say coverage, we can see which properties are actually covered, how many people are in this location, and so on. This will also help to be able to set up the sector much better for sustainability. We are talking of private sector investments. Where would the private sector know where to put their money? How many people are they talking about? How do they get the returns, and so on? So having those visual mapping of the sector also helps the regulator to control that market entry and to be able to provide an environment for private sector to also invest and be able to work with the utilities as well. Creditworthiness is another thing that we are also trying to support, but you need the data. So the regulators have invested in the benchmarking exercise. Beyond benchmarking, we are now looking at supporting the regulators to introduce some shadow creditworthiness index, which would depend on that same data. So possibly the inclusion of AI or the use of AI in that is going to be very useful. But in IT, we say garbage in, garbage out. So we can dress it as beautifully as we want, call it AI, call it whatever. But if the data that is actually feeding these systems is not reliable, it's not accurate, we're still going to get garbage. So this is what we're trying to address from regulation.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. I think you've been, yes, absolutely straight to the point. And I think picking up on what has been said, particularly for the state actors, and linking it to the issue of uptake, have governments, is there a need for policy change? Is there a need for more legislation? I can imagine a lot of this is de facto work, isn't it? Has it reached, I mean, is it formally recognized? But I think we can have that discussion a bit later. But I would think these are some of the challenges, because your regulator would be like, I need to follow the rules laid down by the statistics office in order to pick up this, and there's no AI featuring anywhere there. And I would think Watermark then has to come in and say, but we can do this. But then there's a policy somewhere that's not there to support these processes. So I think also that would affect investments to a certain extent. And my final panelist, a pleasure and honor, Professor Corvaro. You have the most difficult session over here because you need to link everything that has been said to climate change. So Professor Corvaro is the special envoy for the climate change of Italy, and I will invite Professor Corvaro to tell us what a special envoy does. Of course, it is obvious there is a connection between climate change and water scarcity, but we can never tire of saying why there's a link between the two. And also to hear from you a bit what Italy is doing to support investments in Africa water infrastructure that is climate resilient. I understand it's a very expensive exercise as well. And then you need to underpin all this with AI and data and investments and governance. Over to you, Professor Corvaro.
So first of all, good afternoon to everyone, and thanks to the government of South Africa to organize this amazing, really amazing summit in this wonderful town. And it's a pleasure really to stay here. The job of climate change, of the Special Envoy for Climate Change is not easy in this time. No. For which reason? Because we are in a particular period with a lot of really important challenges. But the worst thing is that these challenges are globally, normally. And most of them are connected to the climate change. When I try to explain this to my students, because I am not a politician, I am a university professor, so normally I have a class like this, and I have to try to explain which is climate change. And the first thing that I would like to underline is this. The climate change is a big issue, not for our Earth, but for our society. It's important to understand this. Nature is one of the wonderful elements with a really big resilience. Is able to adapt in any condition. Our Earth has a very long life, not comparable with ours. Which is the issue of climate change? That we were able to develop our civilization thanks to a particular climate balance. And now, this climate balance is changing. And what does it mean? It means that if some years ago I was able to live without any particular needs in a lot of parts of our planet, now to be in the same part, I need to spend more money. For which reason? Because for the climate change, we started to see new balance in the, for example, rainings. The amount of water is the same, but this water arrives in a huge amount of quantity in a short time. This requests new infrastructures that are able to keep this water, that in the past was not so necessary. So the consequence is this, that climate change changed the behavior of the water in some place, and we need to adapt in this new situation with a lot of money. And remember one thing, my colleagues, astrophysics colleagues, when they are looking for life in the universe, they are not looking for gold, rare earth. This is something that we need for our society, but not for our life. For our life, we need water. Is the first thing that they are looking for. Water and food. If we are not able to have this combination, it is extremely difficult to stay in some place in the world. My job is difficult because this kind of challenges need to work together. Global South, Global North, developing countries, developed country. In Italy, for example, now is summer in Italy, here is winter. But in the south part of Italy, that for me is the north part of Africa, really, because we are in the Mediterranean area, we don't have water enough for everyone. Because the climate started to change also in the developed country. This is a crucial aspect, because if you open the paper, you can see newspaper, you can see a lot of discussion on wars. The world is full of conflicts. But there are a huge amount of conflicts around the world for food insecurity, water scarcity, and land degradation. For this reason, Italy and some other friends, like the presidency of COP29, decided to launch an initiative in COP29 called Climate and Peace. Why climate and peace? Because if you don't have the base that you need to live, you have no other choice than move or create conflicts between other people. And the three main pillars of these are water scarcity, food insecurity, and land degradation. What Italy is doing in this direction? We decided to invest in the Mattei plan for this reason. First of all, because we discovered these problems in Italy. And obviously, this is a big issue for the Africa continent. So we decided to support, to invest in the Africa continent, to support them and to bring them in a possibility to have a sustainable development. Because without water, it's not possible to do anything, really anything. But in this moment, for the international situation, is extremely difficult, the multilateralism approach. But climate change, and this is not for a political reason, this is a physical law. Climate change has no borders. Even if Italy will become, I don't know, net zero tomorrow, is impossible. We didn't solve the problem. We didn't do anything for the climate because we need to fight and to work together in this kind of issues. It's not possible to stay alone. And this is, in my opinion, the real challenge of our time. To remember to everyone, even if there are someone that loves a lot of nationalism and so on, we have to remember that we are in the same situation, the same ship. Is sometimes a problem of time. Mm-hmm. For someone is more urgent than other, but not so different, the situation that we have. We are in the same planet, and if we are not able to find a solution to these big issues, again, the problem is for our society, not for the earth. I want to conclude with this. I found a paper, a scientific paper 5 months ago. Some scientists found a new kind of mushroom that instead of using the photosynthesis to live, you know what they are able to use? The radiation, nuclear radiation. In Chernobyl, and I believe that everyone knows what happens in Chernobyl, they found a perfect situation for them.
I've seen that.
So, you know, nature is very old, and she has a lot of tricks to survive. For us, it's not so easy. Obviously, I can stay in the desert of Sahara with a wonderful house with the climate condition and air conditioning, but this is not sustainability. We can't do this everyone. So it's time to recognize this, because on the other hand, we have the technologies to solve this. Yeah. And I want to conclude to the artificial intelligence. I was completely agree with what you said. Artificial intelligence is only at the beginning, and we will find a lot of surprise. But again, we have to remember that everything has a cost. And I want to give you this number, only this. If you, in the average, we can consider that 20 requests on ChatGPT need 1 liter of water for the data center, electricity, and so on. You know how many requests arrive each day? 2.5 billion. So, on one hand, we need the artificial intelligence for all the reasons that you know and that you described. On the other hand, we need also important natural resources like water. Which is the solution? We should find to understand that it's time to invest in the water system. Yeah. because we will request a huge amount of water, not only to live. This is one thing, but also for our society, to develop our society. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Brilliantly tied together. And I thought it was, yes, really important what you said. The three things to remember: water, food, and land degradation. Supposed to be presenting on climate resilience.
We have this initiative, Climate and Peace,
Yeah.
that you can find also in the UN
Yeah.
the UNFCCC.
Yeah.
And because we have to remember this, that there is a strong connection between the consequences of climate change and human life.
Excellent, excellent. And you heard, every request you're putting in is 1 liter of water. So maybe we should try going back to just drafting things out of it. Now, I'd like the various panelists, I think, to bounce off or to react off Professor Quavaro, but also at the same time, what questions should we be asking in regards to the topic at hand? What do you think it is that still needs to come out to the fore? Dr. Mani, I'll start with you.
Well, you know, I think we have in this discussion just socialized the idea that AI is not a silver bullet and all of these things, and I think those points are well taken. But I've got a very strong personal view about that. What this technology does is empower us. Now, I'm a development guy now, and in every development event I go to, somebody's talking about capacity building. But you know something? They only talk about capacity building in developing countries. In the global north, it's a skills shortage. It's a productivity gap. This is the language that we have just conditioned ourselves to use. And I think it's the wrong language. I think it's the wrong language. I think what this technology will enable to happen in Africa and other parts of the world, it will empower people to make better decisions, to build the infrastructure and the society for the 21st century without relying on the models of the 19th and 20th century. We have to just accept that things are going to look different to how we used to think about it. I think when this next generation of technology becomes prevalent, what it's actually going to do is close the asymmetry, right? It's going to close the gap between global north and global south, because talent is normally distributed, right? No country or continent has anything different. We can get into a long debate about hallucination and this. Most of us, our engagement with AI day to day is ChatGPT. And if you ask ChatGPT, is there a God? Okay.
What does it answer?
It'll give you a range of answers, right? And maybe some of those answers think you're hallucinating. If you apply agentic AI to run multi-factor, multi-regression equations based on defined data, structured information, modular systems, it does not hallucinate. It does not hallucinate. It works its way stepwise through the data, and we have done it over and over again. So when we talk about AI and the risk of AI and the adoption of AI and policy to do AI, let us remember what we're talking about. We're talking about things that will transform how we do the things that matter to us. We are talking about giving agency to governments and people in the global south. We're moving the language away from capacity development to empowerment to delivery. This is the future of AI. Absolutely true to raise the issue that it's resource intensive. It's resource intensive because you have to cool. It doesn't necessarily use up the water. You know, it's part of the process. But we will get better with that. But I'm evangelical about the view that this is the unlock, the great unlock for our continent. And we will see it happen in our lifetimes. That's the exciting thing about this.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And I think thank you for sharing that in terms of a more positive aspect of it. And of course, having champions like yourself really pushing this through. Chair, over to you. What questions do you think we should be asking about artificial intelligence and data for financial sustainability, and based on what we've heard here today? What do you think still needs to be asked?
Thank you. The critical theme for me would be the relevance of the information that is captured. Because if you put wrong information into the system, what comes out? If you have, for instance, I'll give a typical example, that if you have a challenge with a corrupt system of identified South Africans or Europeans or Basotho people, if the information that is put there is corrupted in terms of its wrong information, incorrect information, there is no way that the output will be correct. It will be misleading. So what is important for me is the extent to which that information is properly managed. If you want information on, for instance, indigenous knowledge system, you'll find it difficult to get indigenous knowledge system that refers to Africans or specific tribes or specific people in the African continent. So how we feed the information and takes out is important. I think my colleague has already mentioned the issue of capacity building. That's also very important, the issue of capacity building, in particular from the African point of view. We need to have equity of access to basic technologies, even before we talk about AI. We need to make sure that people have the necessary tools to access technology, but also access information, and that's how they will then be able to use AI. So that's another issue for me that is very important, that we should start asking. The other important issue is, I think, my colleague on the left from the regulator is also very critical to say that what structures of governance, what kind of governance systems do we have in place to ensure that AI is also seen as an equalizer, but not also as an equalizer, but as an enabler for economic development and building equity in all aspects of our life, not only in water, not only in investment, and so on and so forth. So that's very critical for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. And then Yvonne, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Serene. When we talk about having universal access to both water supply and sanitation, in a lot of that conversation with the service providers, they do not speak technology.
Okay.
Because the investment of technology at the moment seems to be too high. But we don't look on the other side of the benefits of putting some of these technologies in place. As my colleague here talked about how they have incorporated AI for service provision and what analysis you can put in place, shadow pricing and so on, to help you make certain decisions that will push you to sustainability, that will also attract financing that is needed. We've seen here there's all this matchmaking going on. Imagine if there was an investment in technology with all these countries, that the ministry, just at the press of a button, can say, so many people have got access to services, I need intervention in area 1, 2, 3. This is the scope of the project. This is the returns that will come out. How many of us have invested in that technology? So at the national level, at the sector level, we need to be able to invest in systems that strengthen the decisions that we make, that improve the decisions that we make. This is something that is being done in Kenya, Zambia, for example, being pushed by the regulators to have integrated systems for the sector that allows decision-making to be more consolidated within the country. I think that is what we should be looking at. There's a saying that says, don't fix the pipe. Yes, don't fix the pipes, fix the people that fix the pipes. Yeah. So we should now be fixing the systems. Yeah. that's informing that the development partners particularly talk of the downstream projects and the pipeline projects and so on. But that needs to be bundled with the strengthening of the system so that people can manage better. So investment in technology needs to take care of sector integration that allows all this information to be brought to one platform. The sector, the country should speak from the same reference so that we can move, not to
Thank you very much,
have fragmentation. Yes,
Yvonne. And I think a good call to action in terms of governments need to, if you want to make money, you're going to have to invest as well. Stefan, I know, and I liked your analogy or the idea of the teenager actually having that access, and I think it's close to what Dr. Mani was saying in terms of the empowerment. And based on what you have mentioned, because you sit nicely in the middle over here between the climate change, the weather, water, food, and land degradation, and the weather patterns, what other questions do we still have to be asking ourselves, or what is it that we need to ask, that we still need to ask in terms of a question?
Probably many questions. I would like to offer two. The one is AI depends on this kind of open systems, that we have open data. Data is super important, so therefore my reminder, quality data is still the basis of any sort of modeling. And I'm not speaking about ChatGPT, I'm speaking more about hydrological or weather models or climate models and these things. So open data, and then we very much stand for open science and open source, that everything is transparent and made available to the public, so as much as we can. So this enables the teenager to do things. But on the other hand, that's fascinating, teenagers and entrepreneurs developing interesting apps. But I think we also need the big tech, to professionalize the services, to be able to handle huge amounts of data and making that available. And if everything is open, so how do we ensure that there's also a business model for them? How is that they really come in with their innovation power, their intellectual property also need to be protected somehow, And I'm not against open data, open source, open science and all that, no. But on the other hand, to ensure that the open tech with its power, the big tech with its full-fledged power come in to fully utilize it, there must be a business model. And I'm not 100% sure how that always looks like. But on the other hand, as long as they invest in water with the beautiful returns on investments we can sometimes have, then that is good. And my second point, when it comes to like not open AI, but the numerical models that we do, they sometimes appear a little bit like a black box. You offer the AI system all sorts of data sets, ocean data sets, or people data set, or land use, or hydrological, meteorological, and somehow a very good prediction comes out of that. And that's fascinating. But the latest development are going to this XAI, so explainable AI. So kind of that it is clear why the patterns are reproduced like this, and so kind of making it explainable, interpretable, and also coming up with standardized ways to verify the predictions. I think these are also very important things that we need to strengthen. That it's not a magic AI box that generates some pattern, some time series or whatever, but really something that we can explain, that we can interpret, that we have transparent ways to verify the predictions, to really support decision making. I think that's another field.
Okay, excellent. And I think what the thread that has run through everything you've said is that contrary to what we hear about artificial intelligence and technology, that it's going to replace the human being, actually it won't. No, not anytime soon. Professor Carvalho, you gave us a lot of answers, so I'm not going to ask you what more questions do you think we should ask, but from you maybe to launch the first call or the first message of this session to the honorable ministers that are here and the actors.
First of all, before coming here, I participated to an event with the youth. Remember that our youth, our younger people, has a lot of capabilities. In Italy, we have a project that is called Youth for Climate, and is started 5 years ago, and we supported with 20,000 euro a project presented by younger people of developing countries. A project connected with climate change in the topic of water, energy, health, education, and so on. And I can say that I saw a very interesting idea. Really, it is possible to realize them. Some of them, with this money, created a startup, and they are very dedicated on the problem of our time, because probably more than us, they recognize that they are speaking about their future. So first of all, started to involve them in this kind of discussion. Secondly, we need to find a way to reopen the dialogues at the international level. In which way in each idea that you have is a good solution, because right now is really complex to have normal dialogues among the parties. Instead, it's crucial if we want to have a sustainable future, because Italy developed itself in the past with an old technology that is based on fossil fuel. Now we have really new technologies. Probably someone can say, yes, but fossil fuel is cheaper. It depends. We have to consider also the consequence connected with the technologies, not only the price of the technologies. And we know very well right now which are the consequences of some kind of development. So, in my opinion, it's really time to understand that we have to work together in the same direction.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with that. Thank you for that key message, which I think goes beyond to really everyone out there. Chair, your message to the investors, to the honourable ministers.
My message to investors is that South Africa is ready for investment. Can't hear me. Can you hear me?
No.
Can we hear him? I think you probably need to bring it a bit closer.
Try again.
Am I laudable? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my message is that, of course, investors want return on investment. From the South African point of view, we are ready for investments. And the most investment is available in particular in the reticulation level, which is municipalities, who are currently losing about 50% of the water that they get from water boards. However, through the leadership of the minister and of our government, we are now establishing or reviewing legislation, but specific item is that of establishing a special purpose vehicle between water boards and municipalities, wherein will ring fence water and sanitation into this special purpose vehicle. And water boards, as specialists in water management, will partner with municipalities to make sure that there's water security. And investors that have been reluctant to invest in municipalities, this is an opportunity for them to invest in the water sector. The legislation is also looking at appointment of service deliver or water service providers, which will then enable the private sector to come in and provide water and sanitation services in municipalities. And that opportunity is now there, is now available. The Randwater is partnering with Mfuleni local municipality, which is currently losing about 70% of their water. Our intervention as Randwater will make sure that the water loss is reduced. So from the point of view of investors, the country is ready, and we are piloting this system, and we can come and invest in the water sector, in particular at the level of municipalities. Some of our water boards, in particular, Umgeni, Utugela, and Rand Water, which is the biggest water utility in Africa, among the biggest in the world, is already borrowing money in the stock market. And the same applies to Umgeni, Utugela. And we are making sure through the support of the minister and the department that all water boards, we bring them up into that level for them to be easy to raise funds in the market. So legislative environment that is currently being looked at is intended to create an enabling environment for investors to come into the sector, which is something that has not been unheard of. And this we don't see as privatization. We see it as a way of ensuring that the water sector provides water and also that there's water security in the country. Even with the SPV over time, Honorable Minister, we are looking at a situation where we'll bring in the private sector as a shareholder, as an equity player in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I like that. So working together, of course, open for investment. And you use the magic word, ring fencing. I wish a word I could hear a lot more in the sector. Stefan, your message.
Message to?
Honorable ministers, to the investors.
Okay. Well, with all the fascination for AI and numerical models, invest in data as well. You know, it's just so important to to have meaningful interpretation is so important. So don't stop in observing the system. Is it from the ground or from the space or through the radar systems from airplanes or ships or whatever, whether balloons or these investments are absolutely critical. Only if we have good data we can actually work on what we started with. You know, we want to increase efficiency, we want to better manage risks of investments, and so only if we reliable, transparent, solid data that really helps us to make steps forward. I think
Thank you
that's
very
my
much,
message.
Stefan. Mr. Money.
Well, I mean, I have to start by just, in terms of messages, I have to start by saying what an honor it is for me to be able to be giving a message to an audience like this. To be speaking to the Honourable Minister, who I have to tell you is the most dynamic minister I've ever met in my life, let alone is an honor. But also in my eye line, I see Henk Oving, whose work and passion has been an inspiration to me in the last 15 years of my work. So anyway, so it is a real honor for me to be saying anything. But the message is simple, right? I think we have to move away from the theorization and conceptualization of value for water into the practical application of how do we use that to mobilize investment, to improve efficiency, to improve equity, to improve accountability, to make things work. And I think things like shadow water pricing is a way to translate the value of water into investment mobilization with all these other beneficial outcomes. And to do that, I think AI is the game changer. I mean, I've talked to Alex about this. This is what AIP is looking to do. The Global Council, which has been announced, will lead work on valuing water. And so my message is, please work with us, embrace us in what we're trying to do, and guide us, instruct us so that the outcomes we deliver are good for you and good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Money. And finally, Yvonne, I've left you to come last with your message because you are the organization that holds people's feet to the fire. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Serene. My message is really the regulators must not be seen as whip holders or
And I just
carrying the
said
shambok. The regulators are facilitators. The main interest of the regulator is to see progress, is to see quality services. How to achieve that is a complex process that needs to be done. So the ministries, the governments must be able to allow the regulator to advise the government. And the government needs to be brave enough to allow the regulators to adjust tariffs because it is a technical process. There's a lot of thinking that's gone behind to ensure that sustainability is maintained and also affordability. So we must be brave enough as a sector to say we need to adjust tariffs. We have seen examples in countries like Tanzania where a water utility has been able to issue green bonds. We have seen in Kenya at the moment, they are now beginning to pilot energy efficiency with the private sector, with 8 utilities. So there's a lot of facilitation that the regulators are trying to do to support the sector, but they must be allowed to be the technocrats that they are,
Absolutely.
to guide the sector and be effective. They have also opened up sanitation market, for example, has been opened up by the regulators across the different countries with the support of SOS to be able to allow private sector to come in. We have just finalized the framework for rural water supply and sanitation and small water supplies that's also facilitating private sector to be able to provide services within the regulatory framework. It will guarantee sustainability. It will also support affordability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please let's give our wonderful panelists a hand. And it has been an absolute honor to moderate this session. All protocols observed, Honorable Femin. Nice to have you here, and thank you for joining us for this session. And it has been my pleasure, and I wish you belle fin d'après-midi. Thank you. Oh, family photo.
For the picture. Yep. Job well done.
Thank you. Remind you, matchmaking is at 4:30. Oh, we need to balance.
The cuties in the middle.
I like that, the cuties in the
Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above
Michelle,
the
my face is hurting.
That's where you
Thanks, Michelle. Thank you. Thank you. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
to come up with a prioritization of what should be the continuation of our business of an Africa, in pursuit of an Africa where there's equitable utilization of our water resources for socio-economic development, poverty alleviation, and the environment. Through those consultations, a number of priorities have been agreed upon, and now we have a draft vision document that is under consideration by the member states. Today we get the opportunity to go have a feel of what that is contained in that document, and then we're able to provide inputs that can also further improve it prior to its consideration by the ministers responsible for water affairs in September this year. Without further ado, allow me to utilize this opportunity to invite the representative of the to invite the representative of the AMCAO president to get us started on the meeting, and then go on to invite His Excellency the Commissioner. Please, Dr. Fati.
Yeah, I can. Sorry. Thank you. Yes. Bonsoir. Permettez-moi, en fait, de vous remercier et remercier le président, la République de l'Afrique du Sud pour cette belle organisation, son leadership et l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé. Je profite également de cette occasion pour remercier particulièrement Madame le ministre pour son leadership et tout ce qu'elle a pu faire pour arriver à cette belle organisation. Avant d'entamer mes propos sur la politique et la vision africaine de l'eau, je vous présenterai les excuses de Monsieur le ministre de l'Hydraulique du Sénégal, par ailleurs président de l'AMCAO, Dr Tidiane Gueye, pour avoir quitté plus tôt le sommet. Maintenant, pour parler de la politique et de la vision africaine de l'eau, je peux vous dire que dans la politique et la vision africaine de l'eau, l'eau est pensée pas comme une ressource, mais comme une question de survie et un levier de transformation et de développement, selon le principe d'une Afrique où l'eau est accessible à tous et où l'assainissement est sûr. L'eau y est considérée comme un levier essentiel au service de la croissance économique, de la transformation, de l'adaptation au changement climatique, de la justice sociale, mais aussi de la paix. Dans ce document de politique et de vision africaine, 8 objectifs politiques majeurs ont été structurés, traduisant la volonté de répondre à une double pression. Il s'agit d'une pression de la forte croissance démographique et des conditions climatiques hostiles. La transformation de l'économie africaine suppose un accès équitable et durable à l'eau. Cela requiert la mise en place de systèmes de gouvernance performants, en particulier dans la gestion des grands cours d'eau et des aquifères transfrontaliers. Parmi les priorités affirmées, il y a la sécurité hydrique, la coopération et surtout de l'hydrodiplomatie. 3 axes structurants sont mis en avant. Il s'agit de l'innovation technologique, de la sécurité hydrique, de l'hydrodiplomatie érigée en moteur d'intégration régionale. Cette vision repose sur une structuration autour des bassins hydrographiques et hydrogéologiques et appelle à une intensification de la coopération transfrontalière. L'eau devient ainsi un vecteur d'intégration continentale et une action commune en matière de recherche et d'innovation et de transfert technologique. Voilà ce que je peux vous dire en résumé concernant la présentation de la vision africaine, tout en laissant la parole à mes prédécesseurs qui reviendront en détail. Et merci encore une fois.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fati, on behalf of the AMCAO President. Allow me to utilize this opportunity to invite His Excellency, Moses Vilakati, to open this session officially. Thank you so much, sir.
I hope the echoes are not there. Are we fine? Okay. Your Excellency, Dr. Tidien, Senegal Minister of Water and Sanitation, who is also the President of the African Ministers' Council on Water, ministers from the various countries, partners, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I want to say welcome to this important session where we are gathered today to review the draft African Water or Africa Water Vision and Policy, which is aligned with the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. The Africa Water Vision and Policy is a document that captures not only what we aspire to see in the future, but it also captures the commitments of our leaders on behalf of the African people to ensure that climate resilient and inclusive water security and safe sanitation is attained in Africa. What does the above imply? It implies a number of things, but I will only capture two. It implies that the process must be consultative by engaging the various stakeholders. That is the reason that we have been working with a number of institutions, including AMCO, AFDB, the Au-Aip NEPAD, to ensure adequate consultations are carried out in this process. The main consultation include member states on the process and the roadmap, which was done in December 2024. Also, there's been 5 regional consultations with member states and other stakeholders. And also there's been consultations during PANAFCON 3 in Zambia. Now we're organizing this session for further input and review of this draft Africa Water Vision and Policy. It also implies that the content must be comprehensive. In terms of the content, the draft vision and policy covers the various aspects. Some of these aspects include mobilizing finance and investment, water governance, water resources management, climate resilience and disaster risk management, data information systems, and gender equality and social inclusion, among others. In other words, we do not want to leave anyone behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect at least 2 outcomes from this section. One being your input, your thoughts, and comments to further improve this draft vision and policy. Number 2, we expect your commitment and ownership of the process towards quick finalization as we are targeting to submit this vision and policy action and policy for approval at the 2026 African Union Summit in February next year. since February is around the corner, we need this to have been looked into. Ladies and gentlemen, this journey is more than a series of meetings. It is our chance to forge a unified Africa water vision and policy towards ensuring that water security and safe sanitation contributes to Africa's socio-economic transformation agenda. Allow me also the opportunity at this juncture to thank a number of organizations. High on the list amongst them include AMCOW, thank you very much, AFDB, Au-Aip and all other partners that have been working with us in this critical business of developing the Africa water vision and policy. I thank them all for their unwavering support and collaboration. Finally, let me reiterate that the AUC's full commitment and support to the water development of Africa water vision and policy and its implementation is continuously there for member states as we move forward. I therefore take this opportunity to officially open this gathering, and I wish you all successful deliberations and constructive inputs to the draft water vision and policy. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. If I may, could we kindly have the agenda displayed, please? Okay. Thank you very much. At this point, allow me, with your indulgence, Chair, we are expecting input from the Honorable Minister to be able to give us a word before we can commence. I stand to be guided on whether the team knows anything beyond that.
They're supposed to present.
Okay, maybe in the interest of time, we could proceed with the presentation.
Yes.
And when our host is available, we can have their comment on the entire process. If we can have the presentation ready for. Okay. I'll take the opportunity to make this presentation to run as quickly as possible as we can. As is displayed on our screens. Yes, please. Okay, thank you so much. What has been proposed is a water secure Africa with safe sanitation for all as the Africa.
It's okay. There's still an echo.
Okay.
There's still an echo.
A water secure Africa with safe sanitation for all is the Africa Water Vision for 2063 and the policy that is accompanying it. And the intent there is to assure sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. As I indicated in the opening remarks, this is a process that hasn't just started right now. It's something.
Raise the mic a bit.
This.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a process that was started in 2022 at the 13th Ordinary Session of the African Ministers' Council on Water, at which it was agreed at the time to review the Water Action Decade, the UN Water Action Decade. that process also became relevant for us to be able to assess the progress we had been making on the targets that had been set for ourselves since 2000 on attaining an Africa where there's equitable utilization of our water resources for socio-economic development, poverty alleviation, and the environment. Since then, a series of engagements has taken place where member states have been consulted at length on what should be the content of the post-2025 Africa Water Vision. And this bearing in mind the achievements that we've been able to make in the pursuit of the targets of the Africa Water Vision 2025, and then taking due cognizance of the challenges that we have faced that have hindered attainment of all the targets, but also taking due cognizance of what the new emerging measure issues are. So since then, over a series of engagements from 2022, we've pursued this analysis and situation assessment in order to come to where we are at. And it also became necessary that as we prepare to launch into the next vision, we have a theme at the highest level of our policy organs at the African Union to set the stage for when this vision and policy can be presented. And it's against this background that the African Union's policy organs agreed to assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063 as the theme of the Union for 2026, which gives us the opportunity, as His Excellency has highlighted, to present the vision and policy at the next summit, the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly in February next year. The approach, again, as I've highlighted, has focused on consolidating the gains that we've made, but also taking due cognizance of the lessons we've learned from what we've achieved and what we've not been able to achieve, and then taking on board what are the emerging issues. And some of these issues being on the fact that, to some extent, it can be agreed upon that incommensurate financing to the sector has hindered most of the interventions we had planned for, and therefore we need to focus on how to improve the investment and funding outlook to the sector using measures including the principles of valuing water, and also deploying digital innovation and empowering women and youth to have full participation of the entire population into this. This roadmap has been that since the focus on the drafting period in October last year at the 9th Africa Water Week, we've now had an opportunity to agree on the situation analysis and then invite the member states in December last year to launch the process for the final push to draft the document. At the summit in February this year, a confirmation was made on the theme of the Union on water and sanitation for next year, which gives us the opportunity to present the vision and policy. And then we've had thematic papers taking a deep dive into the critical issues that we've been tracking as a sector on water, these including finance, water supply, sanitation and hygiene services provision, then water for production, dealing with issues of the environment and climate change, as well as disaster risk management, but then the enabling factors including capacity development, innovation, and information systems that can enable us to be able to take decisions that are science-based and respond to the real needs of Africa. These are the thematic papers that were then used to convene the member states to consult on what needs to be done within the broad scheme of things to agree on what needs to be done differently in order to achieve a water-secure Africa with safe sanitation for all. The draft vision was then presented at the third African and Partnership Implementation Conference, PANAFCON 3 in Zambia, at which the vision statements were then agreed upon and the policy goals. And now we go into the drafting and the circulation of the first draft of the document that was done in July this year. At PANAFCON, as I indicated, consensus was reached on the policy goals and the vision statements, and now we are working collectively with the political leadership to promote the principles of valuing water and circular sanitation to assure sustainable water availability and sanitation systems. The policy and vision itself is to provide an implementation framework for Agenda 2063, aspiration number 1, of a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, and the intent of all that is contained in this document is to get us to act to achieve Agenda 2063, the goal on environmentally sustainable and climate resilient economies and communities. And here is why. Why is it critical at this point in time? Some of the challenges that we seek to address in this entire process and with the vision document and policies goals that we are pursuing is, on the one hand, the issues of climate change, the erratic rainfall, droughts, and floods that are causing such major losses, including estimated GDP losses of up to 10% in the drought-hit areas. But then there's the existential threat to our small island and development states that for which issues of environmental insecurity are a threat to their very well-being, particularly with the rising sea levels and the erosion of the coastlines. We've got also information that is coming through from the analysis we've done of the last period of implementation, where it's indicated that we are only satisfying about 26% of the environmental, economic, and social demands for water that we have. And this is very significant. If we are looking at an Africa that is prosperous, where we've got economic growth and social transformation, then we need to be able to have an index that is much higher than this. And this is indicative of challenges to do with our infrastructure under development and is accounting for 2% of our GDP lost annually. Then, of course, there is the demand surge that, again, we are looking to the future. By 2070, we shall be having a population of about 3.2 billion from the current 1.5 billion. We need water for food, we need water for energy, to industrialize, we need water to assure the lifestyles that we are aspiring to have, and we need to be able to prepare for this augmentation of demand, but also management of the demand to ensure that the finite resource that we have can meet those demands. Of course, continuing with this is also our urbanization. We've got very high urbanization, a rapid rate of urbanization, but at the moment, we are looking at only satisfying the basic requirements for sanitation for just 45% of that population. And again, the implications here are dire that whatever sanitation failures result from this pose a threat to water availability in that they degrade the environment from which we are taking the water that we are then meant to be able to supply universally to the entire population. And of course, the cost of inaction from all this is major, that we are having conflict, and we shall have migration issues and ecosystem collapse and stalled pursuit or attainment of Agenda 2063 goals. So it's, again, when we analyze water security is contributing to 8 out of the 20 Agenda 2063 goals. So continuing with what we are having right now is not ideal for the aspirations we have under Agenda 2063. So the vision has then been agreed upon that we want a water secure Africa, a water secure and resilient Africa with safe sanitation for all. And the way this will manifest is that we should be able to have universal, safely managed access to safely managed water, sanitation and hygiene services, that we should be able to benefit from our blue economy to contribute to our economic growth and social development, that we should be able to utilize our basins that already combine us, because water knows no boundaries. And because that is the case, we are already linked by the water we share in those basins. So utilizing those basins as a unit of unity, we can be able to achieve integration, trade, and cooperation among ourselves, benefiting from water. By managing our water and achieving good water governance, we should be able to achieve accountability, transparency, and subsidiarity that, again, strengthens the effectiveness of how we utilize our water resources for the goals that we've set ourselves for. But then again, we should not forget the harmful effects of water if not mitigated. So we should also be able to utilize effective water management to improve our disaster risk preparedness and also deal with the predicted changes resulting or the impacts of climate change. But in order to be able to achieve all this, we should be able to innovate and have the skills and the capacity to analyze situations and therefore come up with solutions that address the real needs of the entire populace, and then, of course, have the water intelligence for us to be able to take decisions that respond to the real needs. So these are the elements that we're dealing with, and they are grouped in they're grouped in 3 pillars, 4 pillars in total, where we deal with the economy and society, diplomacy to bring us together and integration, and then also look at sustainability and resilience. But all this is underlain with having the capacity to innovate, the capacity to interpret, to collect data, analyze it, and utilize it to arrive at the decisions that are necessary to secure water for the continent. Under the pillar on dealing with economy and society, here we are looking at unlocking water's economic power and overcoming economic water scarcity. It's by and large, our water resources as a continent should be sufficient if we do not look at where it naturally occurs and where we utilize it. What we find as the biggest challenge is how do we move water from where it naturally occurs, where normally the demand doesn't exist, to where water is utilized in the industries, in the communities, and also in the agriculture sector. This is critical. It requires infrastructure. It needs to be able to facilitate urban development, and we also need to deal with issues of environmental scarcity. So it's against this background that the vision, after analyzing all this, proposes solutions that are to do with economic water corridors. That is, we link natural water sources to high growth areas or areas that can be able to drive the economy. And then we are able also to put in place the mechanisms to subsidize and finance these developments in a manner that is politically realistic and also linked to the goal, water serving as a means to achieving economic growth and social transformation. We then should also be able to leverage continental frameworks that have already been agreed upon, the prioritization of projects under the PIDAPAP, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. All the trade that we are talking about is dependent on us being able to produce from our natural resources base and then be able to process and generate the industrialization and then the trade and other linkages that are coming from this. So the issue of dealing with economic water scarcity is something that is critically addressed in the document. Again, in this regard, we've also got the challenges that we face, that sometimes when there's overabundance of water or water is available in its excess, it causes harm. But then when it's also scarce, we are unable to produce and therefore go through cycles of failure to harness the harmful potential of water and also not tapping into the full availability of the resource. So it's against this background that the second element is dealing with how do we leverage infrastructure for both natural water storage to be able to control water when it's in excess availability for use to buffer us through the drought periods. So it's again in this regard that measures, including the principles, application of the principles of valuing water to be able to justify investments into the infrastructure development that is required, the information management systems that are supposed to be in place to enable early warning systems to take place, and also for us to plan effectively for utilization of the resource under both circumstances or both extremes, for us to be able to augment supplies from the groundwater, which is a resource that is more or less climate resilient, and then for us to be able to apply and mandate institutions that enable ecosystem-based adaptation. So these are some of the measures that are put in place to be able to deal with the risks that come with either floods or excess availability of water, but also at the same time utilizing the buffering, the challenges that come with droughts. The third element to this is also enhancing sustainable availability of resource development, proactive water quality management, and pollution. Again, water availability, as we've highlighted in the document, deals with both issues of quantity and quality. That water is a finite resource, but we haven't developed the full potential of the conventional systems that we have in place. So we need to be able to look into how do we augment supplies in order to be able to satisfy the demand and improve the demand satisfaction index that was highlighted earlier on. But secondly, once we supply the water, how much of the used water do we collect and reutilize in order to improve efficiencies, but also improve on the productivity of utilizing this water? So these are the elements that are dealt with under this specific intervention area on enhancing sustainable water availability and developing the resource, looking for other, perhaps not fully explored sources of water that can contribute to the water that we utilize right now. Non-conventional water use, application of the mechanisms related to reducing how much water we use, recycling, and safely reusing. So these are the elements that come under this policy framework. Then, of course, the element of ensuring that no one is left behind. We are talking about universal access to safely managed water and sanitation services, but that also includes providing the capacity or empowering all segments of society to participate into the effective management of our water resources for the greater goal of benefiting and also engendering the voluntary compliance that is required over and above the enforcement of the laws and measures and regulations that we may have in place. So the issues of gender and social inclusion are dealt with extensively in the document to ensure that the vision is inclusive and results into the Africa that we want, that is secure for all, water secure for all. On matters to do with resilience of small island and developing states, small island developing states, this is again singled out because previously, at least in the vision that we've had up to this point, we've not dealt with these issues directly. But these are issues that these are member states that are also threatened by environmental insecurity that we need to be able to deal with. So ensuring that our small island developing states are fully resilient to sea level rise and extreme weather events is something that is dealt with. That ensuring that we also have zero climate-induced displacement by 2063 from these member states is something that is also dealt with, and also ensuring that we have water security for these member states is something that is dealt with. So measures including low-impact renewable energy powered desalination are discussed, and then regenerative practices to implement zoned blue economy development with ecological safeguards is also some of the measures that are proposed. And of course, the element that is not extensively dealt with in the vision that we've been pursuing up to this point is the blue economy. And this is the target, at least from among the member states discussion, it was felt that it's necessary for us to be able to triple the blue economy contribution to GDP, and also that all blue economy activities are ecosystem positive and marine biodiversity is preserved. So it's again in this regard that the policy interventions that are proposed are in view of getting more from the blue economy and bringing it mainstream as opposed to what we've had in the Africa Water Vision up to this point. So then the second pillar is where we utilize our water to be able to drive diplomacy, peace, and security. Our aspirations for regional trade, cooperation, and integration can also benefit from the water, because as I indicated, 90% of our surface water resources is shared among member states. And then we've got about 45% of our population that is dependent on transboundary aquifers. So that being the case, there are opportunities already for us, and we already cooperate, at least from the information that is available. More than 22 of our member states are already cooperating in one way or other on shared waters in the basins where that they share, where they are riparians. So using that as the point of departure, there can be opportunities for us to be able to increase the amount of trade, the amount of regional integration that we can have from the nature-given solutions provided by the umbilical linkages that are provided by the water that we share among ourselves. So it's again in this regard that we're looking to water to be able to drive diplomacy, to be able to drive peace and security, and contribute to a water-secure Africa with safe sanitation for all. And the policy measures that are suggested in this regard are things that we're already dealing with, but perhaps to highlight as a new way of thinking of how we can benefit more from these points of departure for integration that we already have through the water resources that we share as a continent. And then all of this is brought together by the requirement for the capacity and the innovation and the information that is to provide the basis for the decisions that are taken at the highest political level, but also for the decisions that are taken on planning measures on development of the resource and utilization of the resource. Again, this is developing that capacity that will embed water in national economy priorities, which might not be the case as we've now analyzed that. Whereas we talk about water as water is life and sanitation as dignity, articulation of this in a systematic manner to link this to our systems for national economic planning is not that systematic in most of our member states. But this is critical if we are going to be able to increase domestic allocations to the sector, but also to have our governments to be able to incentivize private sector investment into the sector in order for us to be able to gain more from the water resources that we have, for us to develop the infrastructure that we need to control the harmful effects of water, to buffer against droughts, but also to have the information management systems that can support the decisions we take on water. To accelerate infrastructure development and investments and also to strengthen those information systems is something that we need to be able to have the capacity to collect the data, analyze it, transform it into knowledge and information products that can be brokered and applied to provide solutions to the challenges that we may face in the water sector or to assure water security in Africa. And in this regard, again, we are looking at demand-driven, Africa-led demand-driven research, incorporating traditional knowledge systems and as well as tapping from the big data analytics and artificial intelligence to be able to deal with the situations that we have in our system. And this is critical because at the moment, we collect member states that have been providing information, particularly on climate-related issues, do not have empirical data on most of the parameters that we need to report to the heads of state and government on their commitments to achieve water and sanitation goals. But we know that information systems have advanced in such a way that we can use remote sensing and Earth observation methods in order to fill in some of those gaps with a requirement for ground truthing. But systematic application of these tools is not something that we've embraced up to the moment. In order for us to be able to close the data challenges that we have, we need to be considering this, and we need to mainstream this and legitimize the information products that come from utilizing such information. Find a way for us to be able to agree on such utilization of such information and then be able to overcome some of the data challenges that we face. So these are some of the measures that also come through what kind of capacity development in terms of human resource development, in terms of information systems development, in terms of integrating those systems, and also legitimizing the information we can take from these systems to be able to close that gap. It's something that is also addressed extensively in the document. And so overall, the document concludes by highlighting 3 paradigm shifts. The issue of valuing water as an economic asset, that recognition of water for its social, economic, and environmental values in the national GDP accounting is something that has to be done systematically and intentionally, and be able to launch, among the measures that are being proposed here, launch economic corridors and with de-risking of investments into the sector. And the impact for that is to improve the funding and investment outlook for the sector and contribute to Agenda 2063 goal number 20 of Africa that funds its own development through water bonds, blue levies, and climate financing. Of course, the other element to this is about circular sanitation economy, where we mainstream the narrative or to transform waste into a resource. It's discussed extensively in the technical document that will accompany this, that whereas we provide for collection of water, especially used water, there can be a lot that can be recovered from that, the nutrients that are into that water, the potential for energy production, and all that that is not currently being addressed systematically. So by focusing on this, it should be able to, for us to articulate the sanitation economy and make it lucrative for the private sector and society to be able to participate in providing some of the solutions that we talk about, and can also lead to the public-private partnerships that we talk about extensively, but are finding ways of make them available in practice. So again, this is a measure that is also discussed as a key paradigm shift that is required. The other element to this is on digital and cooperative governance, how to integrate complementing open water-related data platforms as trust-building tools and be able to utilize them for predictive analysis, for early warning systems, for planning for our resource, and for better utilizing and investing into the infrastructure that is required to manage this resource better. So again, the basins become critical as a planning mechanism, because that's when we can be able to optimize the benefits that can come from shared utilization of our water resources. So in this regard, the document then provides as a document that is linked to Agenda 2063. It's proposed that we should be having 10-year implementation plans aligned with Agenda 2063 implementation plans. For the first period between now and 2033, in order to align with the next 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, we focus on investment-led regional integration. In the period between 2033 and 2043, we focus on transformation, on systemic transformation, and then consolidate with sustainability between 2043 and 2063. The principles that are highlighted here again are to work, you approach it from a program planning manner, then be able to utilize our comparative advantages for the elements that we have, but then build from what already exists. So the principle of additionality and prioritization comes into play, and then flexibility, where we try something that is not working. In the periods of evaluation of the implementation plans, we can then be able to flexibly adjust our interventions and approaches in order to be able to bring back, stay the course. And then the principles of valuable geometry, it may not be possible for all of us to be pursuing the same principles at the same time, but where we've got numbers, willing partners, we start with what we have, and then everyone else can join. The basin approach is highlighted for the reasons that have been discussed, but also demonstration, subsidiarity, and sustainability are key principles that are included in this. The institutional framework recognizes what we already have as existing, that at the end of the day, it's the member states that are the custodians of the vision and policy. It's what they do in the member states that will result into what we can have as either the impact on universal access to water supply and sanitation, or security of water, but it starts with the member states. At the African Union level, political leadership and oversight will be provided, while at the ministerial level, under the umbrella of AMCA, we can have the policy leadership and policy direction within the Specialist African Union Specialist Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, Water and Environment, in order for us to be able to carry on the pursuit of the policy goals that we have agreed upon. The African Development Bank and other development banks and other financial institutions of the same caliber can then be able to operationalize the mechanisms to improve investments and attract resources to the sector to enable the interventions that are planned. Then the regional economic communities and river and lake basin organizations as building blocks of the African Union architecture become conducive parties for driving regional cooperation, trade integration, peace and security. And then, of course, our civil society and private sector should be at the table when decisions are being made on what to intervene in and how that impacts on their livelihood, on everyone's livelihoods, but also to ensure inclusion, entrepreneurship, and social mobilization. So between now and the summit in February 2026, what is planned is, at the moment, the member states are in the process of
providing inputs on the draft of the document that has been circulated. The intent is that on the 29th of September, the ministers under the umbrella of the African Ministers' Council on Water will be meeting to consider the draft vision and policy. The member states' inputs up to 15th of August, as has been discussed, should be then have been taken on board in the document that will be circulated for the ministers to consider for adoption. Should we have the adoption at the 14th ordinary session of the Ministers' Council in September, then we go on to submit that document through the policy organs of the African Union for consideration at the February summit in 2026. The entry point will be the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, Water and the Environment that is meeting in October. And for that, again, for purposes of emphasis, the document has to be submitted at least a month before the meeting, or that meeting takes place. Then from that meeting, recommendations should be made for onward transmission of the document to the Permanent Representatives Committee, the Executive Council of the African Union, and eventually to the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government for their consideration at the 39th Ordinary Session in February 2026. Should that be then endorsed at that meeting, then we go on to launch the action plan on the AU theme on water and sanitation, where we should be doing activities, key among which will be to elaborate the detailed implementation plan for the period 2026 to 2033, where the interventions, the programs, the initiatives that are going to be undertaken in that period in pursuit of the vision and policy should be detailed to the level of who is responsible, which institution or entity is responsible for which activity within this action plan, in order for us to be with a specific, measurable, and attainable targets that we can set for ourselves in pursuit of this vision. Over the year, we should be implementing a series of activities that will be detailed to commemorate the Year on Water at the African Union. And by December the same year, we should be able to present this as Africa's common position at the UN conference, water conference in 2026. And then thereafter, we should be able to provide regular reporting to the Assembly on the progress being made by the member states in pursuit of the targets of this Africa Water Vision and Policy 2063. The call to action is, again, that we now target having a document that can be agreed upon by the ministers on 29th September, and then we go on to mobilize the member states to support its endorsement at the African Union Assembly meeting in February 2026, and then for it to attain its endorsement as Africa's common position and input into the UN 2026 Water Conference. We should then be focusing on improving the funding and investment outlook to the sector, and then also promoting the principles of circular economy and also basin-level data transparency. What we need is to focus on how do we ensure prosperity for the 3.2 billion Africans that we should be having in 2070. How do we unify through the water that we share among ourselves, and how do we provide for justice? And the vision concludes by calling on us to be able to invest boldly, govern inclusively, innovate relentlessly, and act collectively. Thank you very much. So, I think Dr. Eldao. At this point that I will invite Dr. Eldao to come and moderate the next section of the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rashid, and comprehensive presentation of the vision and policy. As he said, this is not a document. This is a roadmap. This is a framework. This is an implementation framework also for the Agenda 2063. So please, if you have any question, any reflection, any observations, you can raise your hand. Any questions? Is it clear? Yeah, please, go ahead, Dr. Muhammad.
Thank you, ES, for sharing this vision, and I would like to commend the work that AMCAO Secretariat and the whole Africa Water team is doing to elaborate the new Water Africa vision. Thank you for this new paradigm that you have presented, but I didn't see very well the issue of water financing. We know that Africa faces water financing, and we are at the summit of the investment. What is the part of these issues on the vision, and how the vision wants to meet the gap of water investment in our continent? Thank you. But I see that the document that you present have a very high level profile of vision. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very clear. Investment, we are in Africa water investment, so you have to deal with finance. Who else? Excellent. Okay, I think Excellency will give you, and also Director, after we.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Dr. Kofi from the International Water Management Institute. Thank you, ES, for the wonderful presentation. I'm very excited to see the content and the information around the paradigm shift that is required to take us to the next level. You said something towards the end, I missed it, so I'm just seeking clarification. You talked about the plan of action plan. So I'm just wondering whether the action plans that were accompanying the policy document will also be ready by February next year. Just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kofi, Director of Africa International Water Management Institute. Any? Please, go ahead. You have one.
Thank you very much, ES, for this brilliant presentation of the 2063 Africa Water Vision and Policy Framework. And I would like to comment on the huge work that is being completed by AMCAO Secretariat for putting together this and keeping all the parties involved and contributing. I would like to make a couple of comments and also take the opportunity to ask some questions for clarification. I've seen in the cycles that the transformation or systemic transformation is expected in the next kind of decades, while over the conversation that we are hearing here, in this summit, we are seeing a lot of requests for changes, institutional strengthening, transformation, reforms. And I just wanted to hear your perspective about this. Shouldn't we start with investing in institutions, reforms, transformation, and then making the sector more attractive for investment ready? Or what are your thoughts about this phasing of the process? And I would like just to share here, I take this opportunity to say that we are standing and supporting and working closely with AMCAO for convening a step in this long process that is planned next year for the launch of the new vision. One step that would be actually focusing on these needs for transformation, reflecting, bringing the leaders together, including political leadership, technical leadership, financial leadership, as we are a lot talking about the need for financing into this new vision. We are putting together an event in Kigali that would be focusing on how to drive the transformation and systemic agenda to make the sector more investable, to address the current bottlenecks and challenges that are largely preventing us from achieving the vision, and that would be critically needed for delivering the new vision that we are currently working together on. So that's my opportunity. I would take this opportunity to share this point with the public and invite all the participants to join us in preparing and delivering this critical step next year in Kigali in July. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you can reflect on those three, and then we can see how can we. Yes, let's hear. Three is enough, I think. Yeah. Yeah, maybe, okay, you can. Just one related question, then you can add, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and thank you, ES, for the clear presentation and all the work done until now in the process of the Vision 2063 and the policy. I have a quick and related question to our colleague from Senegal. So yes, we are on a water investment summit, but investment is not one of the 8 themes. But what I saw when reading the document and also what you presented today is that valuing water as a paradigm shift for improving funding and the investment outlook is mentioned. But then looking at implementing valuing water, what you need, and one of the things that you need is data, reliable data, very specific data. Otherwise, valuing water becomes impossible. Now we know that valuing or getting specific data is still a challenge, and that monitoring ground monitoring stations are labor intensive, they're capital intensive. We of course are looking into new ways of monitoring data with satellites, with sonar, but also developing these is costly. So actually coming to really implementing valuing water is already a very costly undertaking. So before getting to the solution of improving investments in the sector, you have to make investments already. So my suggestion is to consider also the outcomes of this summit carefully in the vision itself. Thank you.
Yes, yes, to consider the outcome of the summit declaration and also, I think, the AIP itself and the scorecard and other tools that we have. Go ahead, please.
Okay,
Dr. Rashid, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we all address, it's a catch-22 situation. As my colleague has been highlighting, you need the information to make a business case for investing into the information management systems that you're talking about, for collecting the data that you require to analyze, for building the capacity to analyze that information, that data into information and knowledge products that you can use to go on to support either planning decisions or investment decisions. So again, it's not that we have to start with one, that there is going to be a sequencing. I think what is very important at this point in time is the appreciation that we need to be able to look at our water resources differently, and then therefore make the economic link between how water contributes to every productive sector, how water contributes to peace and security, if that's what we are talking about, how water contributes to regional integration, how water addresses issues that are to do with environmental security, and going beyond that point, the migration issues that maybe our member states are dealing with. Because if we take, for instance, the shrinking of Lake Chad, it can be argued that the loss of livelihoods from the shrinking of the lake has led to displacement of people. And the displacement of those people, wherever they've gone, it has increased competition for scarce resources wherever they've gone. And as a result of that, there has been conflict. It has also become, the loss of livelihoods has also become a key element into the contribution to the recruitment into the ranks of the Boko Haram that has gone on to cause insecurity in the entire region. So what started out as a shrinking of a lake that is a water issue is contributing very many other issues that we are not perhaps talking about the way we could. That if we can be able to mobilize resources for the peace and security budgets, we could apportion some of that resources to ensuring environmental security that can preempt some of those challenges. But that appreciation has to start from that point, that no amount, if we wait to get prepared with the data that will make that case, perhaps we'll never get to that point in time. And also, making that case will be very difficult. So it is a multi-pronged approach that what has been prioritized up to this point is not we do one before the other or sequencing, but these are things that need immediate action right now in order for us to be able to achieve the results that we want. And then my colleague has talked about financing. Yes, the analysis of what we've done in the last Africa Water Vision and Policy indicates that incommensurate financing underlies the institutions that we've established but are not operationalized, underlies the infrastructure. I think our colleagues from NEPAD will show that of the PIDA-PAP projects, PIDA-PAP 1, the water projects were the least performing. But these are projects of major international transboundary dimension that can contribute to energy security and food security, but they're not taking place. There has to be a business case for why investing in ICT is easier than investing in water, and we need to make that case. If you're talking about energy security, industrialization, the way we want it to happen, we need to talk about investment into assuring water security to drive the energy production that we require. But that case has got to be made systematically. Now, of course, I think it was in Stockholm in 2022 when Botswana highlighted that their largest capital investment is to the water sector. And it can be showed how that is benefiting the rest. But if you look at Botswana is practicing the national water accounts that are linked to their national accounts for economic planning. So that making that linkage makes it a lot easier to make the business case to justify why we must invest into water that way. So the issue of financing is not an end in itself, because the vision, what we present in the vision document is the end that we want to have by 2063. Financing is discussed as a means to get us to that end. So it can't be the major focus of the vision, and that's why it doesn't appear that way. We want to focus on that end that we desire in order to be able to get to that. So the issue of data and information systems has to come in this regard, that at the moment, empirical data, what we collect to report to the heads of state and government is insufficient for us to be able to take decisions that are comprehensive, because there are many data gaps. But we do know that the science exists for us to utilize Earth observation data, to utilize remote sensing data to be able to fill the gaps, at least to some degree of accuracy. But because those methods are not yet legitimized, and it's not yet the capacity, we do not have the capacity for everyone to analyze satellite imagery or utilize AI for predictive early warning systems, that we are not benefiting from that. So the vision is now proposing that let's also focus on how do we legitimize those methods to start with, and how do we utilize them in complement to the ground truthing that is required to utilize the empirical systems in order to increase the amount of information we have in order to take decisions that can be able to lead to a water-secure Africa by 2063. So that's the balancing, that we take cognizance of what we have right now and then be able to react to that in a way that allows us to get to that situation where we have the capacity to innovate, the capacity to analyze the information, the capacity to collect the data, and the legitimacy to utilize that information in a manner that builds trust among all of us to be able to come to solutions that contribute to the pursuit of an Africa where that is resilient and water secure and there's safe sanitation for all. I'll stop here for now, please.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, and thank you for the comprehensive policy, draft policy and vision for water. I think the proposals are really a call to action, which and for me very important. But I'm not sure if I should ask the question that I want to ask, but I will, because I'm sure you've covered, you know, this is now in terms of the process. My concern is the 2 weeks for the members to input onto the vision. I'm not sure if it's realistic timelines, and also the adoption should be in September. That's just my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Where?
Yes.
Please. Oh, go ahead, please.
Hello.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for an informative insight. I just wanted to find out, I've got only 3 questions. My first one is that how can a water investment be made more resilient to climate change, and what are the best practices for climate resilient water infrastructure? That's the first question. And the second one, what role can a sustainable water management play in supporting the economical development and the poverty and reduction of that, basically including some of the countries in the African continent? And the last question is that how can water investment be aligned with broad sustainable development goals? Thank you very much.
Wow, this is a loaded questions. Very loaded questions, yeah. I think this is all about the vision and policy itself. Any other? Number three? Let, let Dr. Rashid reflect on this and then we'll come back.
Okay, thank you very much. To my colleague about the time. Okay, as I indicated, this has been a consultation, particularly with the member states from 2022. I think we had regional consultations to come up with the Africa Common Position and inputs into the UN 2023 conference. Then we built upon that to prepare our input into the 10th World Water Forum, again, building on what we have and the targets that we are pursuing. So since then, we went into the situation analysis and baseline assessment for the post-2025 Africa Water Vision, which we agreed upon in Cairo in October 2024. And then from then on, we've again gone back to the member states to more or less fine-tune those priorities into what has now come through as the vision document. So I think the stage we are now into is that this is a collection of inputs from over 20 consultations with the member states from 2022 to date. Now, what we are asking is, okay, all the member states of the African Union will have maybe diverging and also sometimes views that are aligned on certain issues. But what we need is to validate, is what we've captured representative of the fundamental issues that we've been discussing over these 3 years? I think that's why we are looking at that. The document that is being sent to you is from your views, because over the 20 consultations we've had with different groupings of member states is what has come through. Now, what we are asking you to do the 2 weeks might not be the period, but it's not a definitive period. Use the 2 weeks to comment on how that input has been captured and whether it addresses itself to the fundamental issues. Everything we've talked about in those 20 meetings cannot be captured in a single document, because then we shall have too many priorities and end up achieving none. But if we can focus on what are the fundamental issues that we need to address ourselves to that will make the difference in all the other sectors, is that captured in the document that you have? If we can use the 2 weeks we have between now and then to comment on that, I think that will set us in the right direction. Now, the opportunity then comes in the detailed elaboration, because this is a vision document. We want to set a vision that will inspire us into action to achieve something. The action framework captures the broad strokes of what we can do. But the implementation plan, as my colleague has highlighted, is where we need to go into the details, because we need to set time-bound activities that we need to be doing between now and 2033 that can launch us into this new way of pursuing utilization of our water resources for economic development. And we need to be that granular in that articulation of the implementation plan. Now, to answer your question, that it's better that we have consensus and endorsement of the vision and policy, and then we go into the first implementation plan. Because then we already, the member states have agreed on what is the vision and policy that we need to pursue, and then we use the period immediately thereafter to prepare the implementation plan. So that plan, according to the planning that is on board now, should be ready by June next year. So immediately after the summit, we'll launch into the consultation with the member states on what specific activities we need to be doing over this specified period of time to launch us into this new way of pursuing the Africa Water Vision. So that should happen after the vision is endorsed at the African Union, or even from October. So that's where we go into this. Now, to my colleague, the questions you ask, water has been highlighted. We need water. Water is life. We need water to produce energy. That goes to your industrialization. We need water to be able to secure food, to produce food. We need, if you're going to talk about increasing agricultural productivity and production and productivity, I think one sense of direction has to be the investment into irrigated agriculture in order to be able to produce more. And then, but we need to be also utilize that finite resource in a way that assures its productivity, maximizes its productivity. So everything to do with social sustainable development has got a way that is supported by water. Water contributes to all productive sectors. What is produced in agriculture is then what goes on to be processed. That goes to the tertiary industry. If you want to process, you need financing, you need transport, you need insurance. That is something that is coming secondary from having the agricultural produce that you've transformed into something else that requires these services. So the demand is created from what water produced in the first place. So you'll find that water has got implications on all these sectors that we need to be able to harness. So by being able to effectively manage our water and assure its security, we can be able to influence the sustainable development goals that we're talking about. We can be able to secure food. We can be able to talk about energy security. And that's why we are thinking water, we are highlighting as well that water is the fundamental issue. Environmental security, as I've highlighted, has implications for peace and security. Water security has implications for energy and food security. So all these measures are interlinked, and that's what makes water the fundamental issue that we need to be addressing ourselves to. But we need to articulate that contribution in a manner that the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning also can appreciate and justify on why the allocations to the sector are what they can be, but probably are not right now, or why the government is prioritizing incentivizing investment into the sector or providing the guarantees that are required for private sector to be able to participate in the sector. So that has got to be intentional, and that's where we are now talking about the principles of valuing water. If we do this and can be able to articulate the economic values, the social values, the environmental values, then a case can be made on why we need to invest in infrastructure or the information systems, or even why water should be considered differently from just the mantra of water is life and sanitation is dignity. So I think that's the link that can be made to why we are focusing on this in the vision and policy that we are looking to 2063. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think okay. Doctor, we have two, there and here. Just let me have that hand first.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe one question. And my name is Tian Chaoke. One question ES from our side, from my side, and maybe it may be seen as bearing down on a dead horse now. By the issue of financing, you have answered it, but it's not been clear to me on how you intend on financing these activities for the next coming few years until 2033. There is a gap of 30 billion US dollars being articulated already, but I'm not too clear on how we are going to actually mobilize those resources in order to implement the activities of this particular vision. And then maybe as a follow-up into that as well, the issue of valuing water. It is very clear, of course, water and soil or land are the two things that one can say with confidence that you can create. It's finite resources. Now, valuing such a finite resource in terms of implications and contributions to industry, but also in terms of how different countries, use their resources in order to either reticulate it, pipe it, transport it, all those things. So you'll have quite an interesting way of trying to get the value, economical value of water and making that case. I'll be quite interested to see how that's done. But in a nutshell, as that issue of financing as well as those issues around valuing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think the issue of financing,
there is a question
by
here.
the way, AIP and scorecard and all of these PIDA projects, it came in the context of the Africa Vision 2025. So we have to take it as an achievement and then build on it. Go ahead, please, Dr. Bulk.
Thank you very much.
my congratulations to the team who have evolved this substantially since the extensive sub-regional consultations taken place. It's moved into a very mature and insightful and effective document. When the original Africa Water Vision was prepared in 1998, it was done as part of a global water vision, and an Africa Water Vision was prepared at the same time as there was a European Water Vision, Southern Latin American Water Vision. And other global partners looked to how they can support the African vision as part of that wider global process. But Africa now is the sole continent that has a vision as its guiding narrative. And other continents have not been renewing their visions in the same way. And we have an excellent standalone African water vision with a common position. But at the same time, there are external interests in Africa's water. There are the multilateral environmental agreements on desertification, on drought, on carbon offsetting, and the expectation that Africa will fulfill a global purpose by meeting its member states' statutory obligations under the conventions to which it is signatory. And at the same time, there are a number of parties outside of the continent for whom water is at the root of their value chains, of their economic prosperity, of commodities that are produced using African water that feed the value chains and jobs on continents elsewhere. So I just wonder whether, as well as taking a African common position to the UN, that also perhaps might be accompanied by some understanding of the political economy of the other parties' interests in Africa's future, so that those parties outside of Africa are going along that path with you, and that their interests are shared and common interests. And maybe one can look to something like the global economic mechanism to see if that whole sort of political economy around other interests in Africa's future can also go alongside the Africa aspirations.
Thank you so much. I think with this we can, we are looking for more inputs.
There's one question
Guys,
there.
you want to continue?
There was one question there, the last one.
The last one, okay. Please, go ahead.
Bonjour. Vous avez fait un énorme travail sur toute la gestion, les évaluations et aussi l'interconnexion entre tous les pays. Je suis vraiment, vraiment impressionné. Oui, bonjour. Donc, je disais que j'étais très impressionné par rapport à tout le travail que vous avez effectué sur la recherche, les fonctionnements et aussi toutes les collaborations que vous essayez d'obtenir à travers les pays. Je ne suis pas venu les mains vides. Avec mes partenaires, on a décidé au jour d'aujourd'hui de pouvoir vous apporter une centaine d'unités de dessalement qui seront mis sur l'ensemble des pays, on va dire les plus prioritaires, et ne seront pas sujets à investissement. Donc, seul l'eau sera facturée. Ça devrait à peu près représenter plus de 300 millions de personnes en eau. Mais j'ai vu avec ces 2 journées que ce n'est pas suffisant. Là, avec tout ce fonctionnement, il va y avoir toutes les canalisations, les liaisons, les stations d'épuration qu'il va falloir gérer de manière importante. Si nous apportons toute cette eau, comment pourra-t-on envisager la suite?
Mohammed, do you understand? I don't understand. Can you translate? Dr. Rashid, you have French?
Okay, the sound is already difficult to get, but then
okay,
when it comes to French, perhaps what we'll do in the interest of time, we can have the written input if we can request them to provide the written input.
You can now. You can translate if you ask him. Summarize your, just make a summary. Dr. Muhammad will try to.
Donc, aujourd'hui, on peut apporter. Aujourd'hui, on peut apporter donc 100 unités de dessalement qui pourra alimenter 300 millions de personnes. Et ça, on peut les installer en 2 ans. Mais j'ai vu au cours de ces 2 journées que ce ne sera pas suffisant. On peut apporter plus d'usines, mais les canalisations, le convoyage de l'eau va demander des ressources importantes et beaucoup de travaux. Donc, comment sera-t-il possible d'effectuer tout ça?
He said that they have the capacity to build a 100 sea desalination plant across Africa to feed 300 million people. And they have the capacity to accompany Africa on that. And he saw that this is not enough, that they can do more than 100 sea desalination plant to accompany African country to meet their water security.
Now you can reflect on those questions.
Well, I think, thank you very much for the comments, which again, we are very appreciative of, and we should take on board in the period that we have between now and the finalization of the document with the member states to be able to address and also see what it contributes to improving the document in its entirety. At the end of the day, I think what we aim to achieve is to tap into every opportunity that we have in order for us to be able to secure water for Africa and also be able to ensure resilience and safe sanitation for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A round of thank you so much, Dr. Rashid, for the comprehensive presentation and also the answering these questions. And we still have more questions, I think, to answer in the next round, so that we can improve and make it robust and also vision and framework for us and policy. So with this, I may ask Director Niambi just to give us a closing remark to close the session. Dr. Niambi is Director of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy Directorate, African Union Commission. So,
thank you very much, Ahmed. And let me take this opportunity to thank ES Rashid Bazira for that presentation. I think it was quite informative, as well as to appreciate our brother representing the chair of AMCO for the opening remarks, and all of you for your contributions. And I think it was clear that this is an instrument that we need as a continent, and it's a document that we'll continue to work on. We have had a couple of opportunities to provide input, but still the document is still available, and member states have still the opportunity to be able to provide information wherever the opportunity arises. Otherwise, this is not time for speeches. Just to say thank you very much. The event is closed.
Isagala vuga, eh. Isagala vuga, eh. Isagala